All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Casey, and welcome to the Trading Capital live stream. 2 minutes to the open. Microsoft, you're looking at a long entry, 376.99. It's actually below that, Casey, so I'm going to look for shorts on this market today yet again. Gap up on the S&P, but the QQQ is showing a little bit of relative weakness. So I'm looking at shorts first thing at the open. I like NVDA. Microsoft is actually weak. Apple's pushing up a little bit, so QQQ seems to be a little bit weaker than the S&P, and then the Russell is strong. So let's just be patient. If we pop up into this trend line here, sitting around 386.44ish, or this double top scenario with this pivot high or this pivot high, we'll look for some shorts. We'll just see how the market's open. AMAT Materials, pretty big player in the industrial space, semiconductor space, material space, is gapping down on earnings. So that one's on watch for a play on both the long side for a bounce, and then also a play on the short side if we do get that bounce. I'm looking at Intel for a potential short. It's very, very extended on the daily chart, looking at a potential move here. The IWM, I am also watching that for a short. I do think that there's a chance that long end yields could go positive today. We're seeing the 2-year yield push up as well. So generally speaking, when the 2-year yield's pushing up, the long end yields also catch up. So watching it closely. Apple's going to test that pre-market high at the open, 190.52. I'm interested in a short around 190.90. Okay, let's see what we get here off of the open. Looking at Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMAT. All right, markets are open. Markets are open. SPY's pushing up right now. QQQ is not pushing up. Big fall in NVIDIA. Apple's pushing up. All right, I'm taking Apple shorts here, 190. 190 entry position on Apple. Microsoft's getting a big bounce. Qs are starting to fade. NVIDIA is getting a little bit of a bounce here. Intel's holding on. The SOXX looks weak, so I'm looking at if NVIDIA loses that pre-market low again, we will look for some more shorts. Next ad level on Apple is at 190.52. That's the pre-market high. I do like that. So far, markets are hanging in there. All right, I'm going to take some NVIDIA shorts if we get a close below pre-market low, which is 493.37. I'm actually looking at it right now because the Qs are still very, very weak. S&P is holding up. All right, I'm taking some NVIDIA shorts, 493.88, 493.88. We're in the money on our Apple. The VIX is still down. QQQ is negative. S&P is positive. Russell's positive. Semis are looking like they're trying to bounce here. Tesla's weak today, falling yet again. So we're just picking on tech right now. All right, we're in the money nicely on Apple. So Apple's starting to fade a little bit here. It's a 1/4 position on Apple. We'll add again at the high here. I'm going to add to NVIDIA at 496.50. 496.50. Apple's pushing up now, so is NVIDIA. The Qs are getting a little bit of a bounce. The S&P is starting to roll over a little bit now. All right, NVIDIA is coming up into next entry. Nat Gas is weak. AMAT Materials is looking weak, but getting a pretty solid bounce off of the lows. AMD just turned positive. Tesla's still weak. I just added to NVIDIA 496.50. Brings the average up to 494.83. So SPY's starting to lose a little bit. It's pulled off of the highs, whereas now the Qs are starting to gain some momentum. Cisco's still negative. Tesla's getting wrecked, down 1.77 after a pretty big down day yesterday. NVIDIA's back to the positive side. Let's look at this. What was that one ticker? I think it was GFS. All right, we're in the money on our NVIDIA now, so nice job on that. The Russell's looking a little bit vulnerable. It is getting a little bit of a push higher right now. There's big resistance at 178. It's the EMA 113 on the daily. All right, I'm also going to take some shorts on AMAT. I'm looking at that one. Actually, we'll just hang in with our NVIDIA and our Tesla. Or sorry, our NVIDIA and our Apple. If Apple breaks, there's a potential head and shoulders forming on Apple. Let's just pull that up on a little bit of a 10-minute chart here. So if Apple really breaks this neckline, I mean, you can even argue that it's this steep neckline on Apple, which it's coming down right now. So NVIDIA is still acting well. Apple's coming down. Let's see what action we get. Microsoft's also weak today. So you're seeing Microsoft with a pretty big heavy candle down. Obviously, again, that's been the leader throughout this whole market rally. Apple's coming down a lot heavier now. All right, we're going to put a break-even stop loss on Apple. Break-even stop loss, so 190.01 stop loss. We're in the money nicely. All right, I'm moving my stop loss now on Apple to that pivot high. So this red trend line at 189.86. 189.86. It is getting a bounce now. You can see there's a confluence of moving averages. Still seeing weakness in the Qs though. Intel's had a pretty big fall. Apple's still coming down. Potential head and shoulders is about to trigger on Apple. NVIDIA is trying to hold its gains. I'm seeing the semiconductors weaken a little bit today. Amazon's looking poised to move a little bit higher, again diverging from Tesla. Tesla's just getting demolished. All right, I'm going to move my stop on Apple down a little bit more now to 189.70. It's testing pre-market, so I'm actually going to cover here. I'm expecting a bounce. I'm covering here at 189.57. Boom. That's a nice little trade on Apple. Congrats if you caught that. I think we get a bounce, and then if we get a bounce and we retest this 189.80 area, we can look for another re-short on that name. So keep on it. It may even just bust through this area. If it busts through this area, it is triggering a head and shoulders on the downside. So we wait for the next little bit of a bounce, and then we can execute another short trade. All right, so if NVIDIA loses pre-market low, that's also going to be very negative. Bitcoin's starting to weaken, so let's take a look at what coin is doing. All right, I'm going to take coin on the short side here, 96.54. I'm seeing Bitcoin trying to make a little bit of a new pivot low here. 96.54 short coin. Short coin, it's a 1/4 position, so we're still holding NVIDIA. We're slightly in the money. Microsoft's breaking pre-market low. Microsoft is breaking pre-market low. So we'll see potential head and shoulders on Coinbase as well. Hasn't triggered yet, but I am seeing Bitcoin breaking down, and I'm seeing the dollar perk up. So markets are going to be not liking the dollar if it pushes up. Resistance on the dollar is these pivot zones at around 104.26. Still a little bit of room to move up on the dollar chart. All right, and we're looking at NVIDIA as well, obviously. NVDA on the short side, we're still holding that at 494.87 here, 494.87. It is getting a bounce. Tesla's still pretty much testing the lows. All right, so we're going to put now a break-even stop on NVIDIA. We're nicely in the money, a couple dollars on that trade. That's beautiful to see. That is absolutely beautiful to see. Apple's triggering that head and shoulders, so this is going to weigh in the SPY and the QQQ. Let's see what the Russell's doing, if it's holding up. The Russell's actually pushing up, testing that 178. 178, I'm going to short the Russell. 178. All right, it just hit 178.05. I got filled, 178.05. Piercing through that pre-market high. NVIDIA is starting to falter a little bit as well. Let's see, GPS. This one's pumping up here. Gap is a long trade. I do like Gap on the long side. We're going to enter, let me just see this market. We're going to enter here at 1693, 1/4 position. 1693, 1/4 position. I'm going to put a stop loss on Gap at 1674. Okay, so we'll watch that. NVIDIA is still trying to get a little bit of a bump up here. All right, the Russell's coming in nicely off of our 178.05 level. Just want to see Gap here. Gap is a high short float interest on Gap. It is a high short float interest on Gap. You can see that there's a big gap fill sitting at 1914. You actually can't see it on the chart, but anyways. Nat gas is super weak as well. SPY is really breaking down here. So the IWM and the SPY, look at that entry. All right, I'm protecting the IWM here. Beautiful entry, 177.72 stop. I think the Russell can actually flush down. You got a 3-minute engulfing candle. GPS. Let's monitor GPS on the long side since our shorts are actually doing very well. All right, look at Gap go. Tesla's still getting hit hard. AMD is starting to falter now too. So watch out for the SOXX. It's potentially triggering, again, this head and shoulders that we've been watching. It's just building a bigger right shoulder. All right, Gap, we're going to probably move our stop loss up a little bit, tighten it up. 1680 stop on GPS. SPY is still weak. Head and shoulders on SPY is still technically intact. We did not complete the downside move from yesterday. All right, so we're still in the money. What I'm going to do on our, so we're holding IWM short here in the money stop. We're holding an NVIDIA short still. I like this one for more. I'm going to move NVIDIA stop to this red bar there, just in case, in the money. So we're protecting about 50 cents on the trade. Still think there's a lot more downside in NVIDIA, to be honest, but we'll just watch it closely. Will we see some earnings profits taken ahead of NVIDIA's earnings? AMD's still weak. AMAT's trying to bounce. Tesla's down 2.85%. Amazon's actually positive. So maybe Amazon, if it starts breaking down like the rest of the mega caps, this market's really going to sell. You're going to see XOY get hit pretty sharply. Watch IWM, we're close to being stopped out. Oh, no, we're still good. We're still good. So the QQQ is now down 0.37%. The Russell's up. Russell just stopped us out at 170. Nope, we're still good. It didn't trigger. We did not get that 1 minute close above yet, but it's very, very close to doing so. All right, NVIDIA is having a nice fall here. So we're going to adjust the stop loss now to 493.30. So we're banking on that trade. Congrats again if you caught that with us. Microsoft still under pre-market low. Head and shoulders on Apple still technically valid. IWM stopped us out at 177.72. So the IWM did just stop us out at 177.72. You get a retest of this high pivot again, and I do think it is another potential short, but it is a strong indice, so we just have to be careful about that. So watch NVIDIA. NVIDIA is about to try to make a little bit of a push here. Still seeing weakness in Apple. So again, the market leading stocks like Apple and Microsoft, Apple has triggered a head and shoulders. Just be careful about this. Be very, very careful. I think if we get a little bit of a bounce and a retrace, we can short Apple again. But downside target off this pattern is 186.50, and that could hit today. That implies a move down from current levels of another 1.5%, give or take. So watch it closely. I'm going to look for Apple to retest pre-market low here, neckline, and short it again. Okay, that's the play on Apple. Keep that up on a screen. NVIDIA, we haven't got a 1 minute close. All right, we just got stopped out on NVIDIA for a nice gain there. 494.87 short, 493.30. Apple's about to test the neckline. Let me flip up that GPS chart as well. All right, we're going to take profits here on GPS. I'm selling here at 1724. 1724, I just sold my position. That's a beautiful long trade on GPS. 1.8%. 1.8%. All right, let's move along. I like Apple now because it is under pre-market low. And we're trying to get a retest here. QQQ is trying to bounce. All right, so just like I discussed in the morning, the 2-year yield was positive, long end yields were negative. Long end yields are starting to creep up to the positive side. So this is not going to be good. Oh, look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin just took a dump. Look at our Coinbase. Whoa. Whoa. Look at our coin short. Look at that. And this could actually go down quite substantially more. Keep Apple on radar. We're about to take another entry on Apple. I'm still holding. I'm going to put a break-even stop on coin at 96.54. Let's move along to Apple here. Apple is coming up to retest the pre-market low and the neckline. Double confluence area. We should see a move down from there. All right, I'm watching coin on my other screen here because that one is coming in nicely. Very, very nicely. The dollar's taking a little bit of a breather here. Just a tiny breather. All right, get ready on Apple. Get ready to short Apple. We are approaching the resistance. I still like it because it's under pre-market low as well as Microsoft. The two largest companies are weighing in on this market today. Get ready. We have EMA 113 on the one here. Get ready. Get ready. Come on. One more little push. SPY is trying to push. All right, I just got filled at Apple 189.53. 189.53. Microsoft's still not really participating much. So we're short at Apple, 189.53. It's a 1/3 position. 1/3 position. And then the next entry on Apple will be at these pivot highs here again, 189.94, give or take. Microsoft is still selling here. So Microsoft looks like it wants to go fill some gaps to the downside. Coinbase is dumping. So if you took coin with me, congrats. Look at this. Beautiful dump. And Bitcoin's trying to make a new low. This is a huge trade. Look at this. All right, so what we're going to do now is put a break-even stop loss, in the money stop at 96.10, so about 44 cents in the money for now. And I still think this goes lower. I really do. You're losing EMAs, triggered a head and shoulder on the 10-minute. There's a gap fill all the way to that low side. And one of the reasons I took this trade was simply because Bitcoin was making new lows over here, losing this key pivot, and then you got the big flusher. All right, so Apple's trying to push up a little bit more now. Apple's still fighting that trend line rejection. Let me pull up that Apple chart since coin is just dumping. So Apple's actually just fighting this neckline. You did get a little bit of a close, short-term close. You do have some resistance sitting at here. If we are to get it. Microsoft's still under pre-market low. NVIDIA is making a push higher. Amazon's pushing higher here. So it's just Microsoft and Apple weighing in on this market right now. And obviously Tesla. Microsoft's down 1.2, Tesla's down 2.5, NVIDIA's slightly positive, Qs are negative, SPY's negative, Russell's positive. All right, Bitcoin could see another big dump here. All right, we just added to Apple here at 189.84. 189.84. Brings it up to 189.74. Coinbase is still dumping heavy here, along with Bitcoin. Apple's pushing up here, so is NVIDIA. SPY's getting a big bounce. So we're going to look at our coin. And we're just going to move the stop loss down a little bit more profits in. Bitcoin's still falling. Apple's still pushing. All right, Celsius is looking like it wants to push higher here. Qs are still under the pre-market low. Let's see if Apple can get rejected here. The Russell's weakening up a little bit, so money has clearly flown back in. Bitcoin's still very, very weak. All right, Microsoft's trying to test for a new low here. Microsoft is trying to test for a new low. Qs are getting rejected at the pre-market low, which is sitting at 385.68. All right, so why the market's got a bounce was because the dollar softened, and now it's pushing back up. So let's see the correlation if it remains true. You see Apple pushing down a little bit. You see SPY still trying to hold some relative strength. Let me look at the QQQ. See, Q's had this inverted head and shoulders, tried breaking out, failed. That's a big, big failure. I like QQQ short here, 385.25 short the QQQ, 385.25 starter position, 1/4 entry. We will add if we get a retest of the pre-market low and then this gap fill. Okay, so Qs are now falling some more. Bitcoin is still faltering. Microsoft is selling hard. So again, if Microsoft is still selling this hard, it's not going to be good for the market. You are approaching a little bit of a support zone and gap fill, but we'll just wait and see. Coinbase just made a new low. So great job on Coin. Coinbase just made a little bit of a new low. Bitcoin's still selling hard here. I'm going to move my stop down a little bit more now. 95.67 stop on Coin. Apple were in the money nicely on that trade. So the relative strength in the mega caps is definitely in NVIDIA as of now, and Amazon. Amazon's the big one. Apple and Microsoft are weighing in, but NVIDIA is getting a nice dump right now as we speak. Wow, big bounce on Cisco. Let's take a look what Intel's doing. Intel's had a little bit of a gap down. Let's take a look what AMD is doing. AMD is still pushing up a little bit, trying to at least. Coin, still fighting our coin, still holding Apple. NVIDIA is now faltering again. Apple's trying to push up. Bitcoin's getting a little bit of a bump here. Still holding short coin. It's about to stop us out though. All right, Coinbase just stopped us out for a nice little gain. It is another short if it retraces to the neckline. So we got stopped out at 95.67 for a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful gain there. If it hits the neckline, which is sitting at around 96.12-ish, give or take, which we're approaching, it is another short. Apple's trying to push up. NVIDIA's curling over to the downside. All right, there's a gap fill that actually Coinbase just filled. 96, I shorted Coin again. 96 short Coin. It's a 1/4 position yet again. We're going back to the well on Coin. Semiconductors are trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. Apple's still trying to push up. So So we're still holding short Apple at 189.74. Microsoft's getting a bounce as we speak. Bitcoin's trying to bounce. NVIDIA's trying to bounce. The Russell just made a little bit of a lower high on the 2 minutes, so watch that for downside. That could actually give up most of its gains if we see the Qs start selling some more. Long end yields are positive. The 10-year, the 20-year are positive. The 2-year is also positive, so small caps might get hit here. I think this is why we've seen the Qs actually bounce a little bit and the small caps give up and making that little bit of a lower high. Microsoft's still down substantially. NVIDIA is slightly positive on the session, just slightly. There. So we're slightly out of the money on the Qs. We're in the money on Apple. And we're in the money on coin. Okay. All right, so Apple's faltering a little bit here. Coinbase, we're in the money 30 cents on the trade. I'm seeing the Russell and NVIDIA break down. Apple's starting to break down. See if we can get some more downside. SPY is now coming in. Potential lower high on the SPY. A potential lower high on the SPY. Coinbase, we're in the money nicely. All right, Roku, maybe looking at a long trade on Roku. Come on, Apple, give it up. Give it up. All right, we're going to take a long trade on Roku. 89.75 entry, 89.75 entry. 89.75 entry on Roku here. Long Roku. Stop loss is going to be a close below this pivot on the 1 minute chart. It's kind of also a hard stop. I'm liking Roku. We could see a move all the way up to this gap fill, which would imply, the only thing I don't like is the market is a little bit weak today in certain areas. But we could see, all right, Roku, slightly out of the money. Apple, we're in the money. Coinbase, we're still in the money. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a squeeze on Roku. And I do like AMAT for downside. AMAT. I'm not taking a position yet, but I do like it for downside. Just watch it closely. Apple's falling. Apple's breaking that neckline again. Yes, let's go, Apple. Let's go. Roku, keep that hard stop in place on Roku because the market is faltering a little bit here through the mega caps. So we don't want to get caught in a downdraft. We'd rather just take a small loss than a big flusher. And we could see a flusher, that's for sure. QQQ, we're in the money nicely on that. Apple, we're in the money nicely. You can see that. We're still holding the short here. 2-6 position. Roku, we're long Roku, which 1 minute close stops us out here. Or if we get a flush. We'll know our fate in 17 seconds on Roku. I'm still holding, slightly out of the money. You can add here. It's risky. I'm not going to add because I'm seeing the market potentially break down a little bit. I'm still holding. I did not get wicked out on the 1 minute chart. We closed above. We did close above. But that stop is still tight on Roku. You know what's looking for a potential squeeze is this Mullen. All right, I'm going to take Mullen long here. MULN 1910. 1910. Long Mullen. This is super high risky. It's a 1/4 position. Super high risk. My stop loss is going to be basically a close back below there. We'll flip this to the 5-minute. Coin is starting to roll over. I just got stopped out on Roku, guys. I got stopped out on Roku for a small loss, a 20-cent loss. But we're long Mullen at that 1910. We're still short Apple, deep in the money. We're short the Qs, deep in the money. And we're short the Coinbase, which was just slightly in the money. All right, let's see if Mullen can squeeze, guys. Let's see if Mullen can squeeze. Buckle up because this one has a high potency. IG Trader, thank you. I think the markets can go up from here. That's beautiful. You know, I think we're going to go down personally. But we'll see. That's what makes a market, right? Where you have an opinion, I have an opinion, and certainly we're all entitled to that. You know, I'm just here to trade it in the short term. I'm going to add to my Coinbase short at 96.55. I just added at 96.55. It brings up the average to 96.30. So coin, our average is sitting at 96.30 short on coin. So watch that carefully. Mullen, we're still long, a small position. I do have a stop here in place. We're in the money deep on Apple. So we're going to start securing some profits on Apple by putting an in the money stop. So I'm going to put an in the money stop right above this yellow dotted line. That is the pre-market low. So Apple, I'm putting an in the money stop. We're holding at 189.74. We're banking on that. In the money stop protection on Apple. Our QQQ trade, we're nicely in the money now. Coinbase, we're still slightly out of the money. I do have a potential next level that is basically sitting at, I'd like to see it pierce this and hit this high pivot zone to add again. So we still have another 2 entries on our short on coin, which we can add. So Apple's still trying to fall here. Mullen, we're still long Mullen, still short the Qs and short Coinbase. I'm seeing with Apple and Microsoft still trading under their pre-market lows, I have to lean more bearish. Now, if Microsoft recaptures its pre-market low and starts trading above it, which is 372.60, and same thing with Apple. If Apple recaptures its pre-market low at 189.54, I will turn more bullish on this market. Right now, we're seeing QQQ, the weakest indice, which is why we're picking on tech on the short side. Some bonus is that you do have semiconductors holding up okay, as well as Amazon. But again, when the 2 largest companies in the market are weak, that typically doesn't signal good things for the remainder of the day. It's very rare for the markets to diverge and make higher highs if Microsoft and Apple can't firm up. And let me be clear, I mean, Apple just turned negative. Microsoft's down 1.26, so mega caps are certainly getting hit a lot harder. Coinbase, I'm still watching Mullen. Mullen, we're slightly out of the money. All right, Coinbase is pushing up. Bitcoin's getting a decent bid. You're seeing the dollar start to fall a little bit. All right, so Apple is still falling here. Apple's still falling. Let's look at the QQQ index. It should start to weigh in. So you're getting a lot of selling in Apple, but the Qs are still remaining strong. Apple has triggered a head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart, so just be careful of that. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, break of the neckline, retest, and now you're failing. Big support on Apple's at this gap fill. We'll see if we get down there. So coin, we're slightly out of the money on our coin short. I will add again to the position up here. So the last 2 entries on coin are sitting at these 2 entries. We have a half a position, so 97.05 and 97.82. Those are my final entries on coin. Apple's trying to get a small bounce here off the EMA 113. Dollar's softening, which is why Coinbase is ripping right now. We're still long MULN as a pure speculative small cap, maybe squeeze we get. So we've banked on a few winners already. We banked on Apple. We banked on NVDA. We're banking on Apple right now. We closed already a Coinbase winner short. So we've already closed 4 winners, 1 loser on Roku. Roku went against us. Mullen might go against us here as well. I am considering potentially adding again to Mullen. I do like Mullen if maybe we get a retest of these double pivots. That could be a final add. So I'm actually going to add to the position if we dip down there to this 1848. I will add to the position double pivot. Right now we did get a 5-minute close and you're just consolidating. And then I'll put my stop loss below this wick here. So next add on Mullen is 1848. Keep that up on your radar. Apple's still dumping. Look at this big dump on Apple. It's going to bring the Qs down. This is what we've been discussing. This is exactly what we have been discussing. I'm moving my stop on Apple to the EMA 113, 189.24, just right above that. And I'm actually going to probably cover when we hit this pivot zone because I do think we're going to get a small technical bounce on Apple, but it is starting to falter deep here. Apple is really starting to give it up. We're in the money on coin. We're banking. Let's go. Fuck yeah, man. We're printing. Let's go, man. QQQ. Boom. QQQ. If QQQ loses this pivot, we're going lower, people. We are going fucking lower, and our shorts are printing. Let's go, Apple. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Microsoft's trying to test the low of day. If Amazon starts to give it up, we're in trouble, people. We are in some serious trouble if Amazon gives it up. And if NVIDIA gives it up, whew, here we go. All right, I'm about to cover some Apple here. 188.68. I just covered Apple at 188.68 for a banger. Boom. Let's fucking go, man. Still holding Qs in Coinbase, so we made over $1 on Apple there. Let's fucking do this. Apple's still a technical short off of a bounce. Apple's still, I think, gap fill in Apple is going to be hit at some point today, but let's just let it bounce. EMA 113, if we get a bounce here to the EMA 113, we are going to short Apple again, so keep that on your radar. I'm still watching my Coinbase. We are slightly in the money. Mullen's trying to get a big pop here. Look at Mullen go. We could see this baby squeeze, baby. Squeeze, Mullen. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. This thing's so oversold. First big major resistance on Mullen is going to be at this 22 cent level. I see a gap fill also sitting at this 24 cent level. So Mullen putting in a nice bull flag. We could break out here. Let's watch Mullen squeeze to the upside. Coin, we're still short coin. We're still short the Qs. So don't forget about our QQQ short as well. So if I pull up the QQQ, basically the Qs, we are in the money. I'm going to put a break even stop loss on the Qs. So 385.25, we're short the Qs. So we're banking on that trade. I still think there's much, much lower to go, but I'm just going to watch this Mullen trade because I want to see if we can squeeze some profits. You're going to have some resistance at this downsloping neckline, which implies a 6% jump. Big pivot zone is a 16% move from here. Let's see if we can get a pop on Mullen. All right. We are banking. Please hit the like button, subscribe to my Twitter, and if you're interested in my Discord, my trading Discord, where I have live trade alerts, swing trades, day trades, daily market analysis videos, weekly sector reviews, a whole host of insider buying and selling. I track pretty much anything that revolves around money in the markets at my website at tradingcapital.ca. So I'll just put that in a little bit of a text box here. You can subscribe to my channel on YouTube. You can follow me for free alerts on Twitter, where I post a whole host of information. Tradingcapital.ca. Boom. So please subscribe. Check out my website. See if you're needing additional help trading, because I'm here every day. This is what I do. Making money, making trades, trying to make the market, trying to take and extrapolate alpha from the market is the name of the game. That's why we're all here. All right, so let's reassess what's going on here. We're out of the money on coin. We're deep in the money on our Qs with a break-even stop loss. We're slightly out of the money on Mullen. I'm seeing the Qs still breaking down. The Russell's still the strongest indice here. So if we look at the Russell, IWM, you made your high. You're trying to make a little bit of a lower high. And if we look on the daily chart, why is this level so crucial? You have your orange moving average, the EMA 113. We took a Russell short at 178.05 and we banked on it. I am looking at another Russell short. Why? Because the yields are moving up. The 30-year just turned positive. The 20-year is positive. The 10-year is positive. Before this gap up, yields were negative. So I'm looking at a Russell short here again. So let's just move to a little bit of a lower time frame. I'm going to enter the Russell here, 177.50. Short the Russell, still holding my Mullen, but I'm short the Russell at 177.50. So we're holding a Q short, a coin short, a Russell short, a Mullen long. Let's rock and roll, baby. Come on. Let's see what we can do. Again, my trading capital. What's going on with Tesla? Tesla's just weak. I mean, you had Tesla's basically in a little bit of a downtrend here. It's actually been one of the weakest mega caps. So, Tesla is kind of putting in that potential lower high scenario. You really didn't make new highs like you did and this is just a technical perspective. Fundamentally, there's obviously news around the Cybertruck, how it's going to be a little more costly than what Elon and the Tesla team has expected. Obviously, there's been a lot of news around the Cybertruck and how it's been a little bit awful in terms of it being an actual truck and being able to do the things that a regular truck is going to do. So there's a whole host of things around Tesla, but just technically speaking, which is what I can more comment on, is the fact that Tesla is making lower highs on the chart. Just technically speaking, it's a little bit of a weak name. But it is trying to move off the lows here. There might be a little bit of a long trade on Tesla, to be honest. All right, the Russell, I'm going to add to the Russell at this gap fill. All right, the SPY is getting a big push. That's really Apple. So Apple's another short target again if we keep pushing up here. All right, I just added to the Russell at 178.84. That brings the average up to 177.67. Final add. This is going to be at the double top scenario. So pre-market high is all the way at 178.48. We'll see if we can get some rejection. So we'll just keep a hold of the Russell there. I'm still long MULN, still short coin, and I'm still short the QQQ. QQQ's obviously got a big pop. We're still holding a break-even stop on the Qs. Break-even stop on the Qs. We're still holding that. One target weak name is the AMAT, Applied Materials. AMAT is the ticker. That one's actually looking to potentially curl over a little bit after it had a pretty big day tradable bounce. So Apple's trying to push up. Microsoft's still faltering here. All right, IWM's pushing up against us. So watch that closely. Watch the IWM very closely. Double top is where I will add a final entry on the short side. And then if it starts to get a 1 or 2 minute close above that area to make a higher high, I may just stop out for a small loss. But nonetheless, I mean, we're just playing with profits at this point. Now it's just about trying to find the best setups. I'm seeing natural gas getting clobbered. There might be a long trade on nat gas. It is into some decent support as we speak. So I'm watching nat gas closely. I'm going to wait for a little bit more of an RSI divergence. I think maybe around the $3 whole even number is where I like nat gas. So Coinbase I'm still short. Mullen I'm long. Qs I'm still short with a break even. All right, the Russell is pushing up here, hitting that double top. I haven't added yet, but I'm very close to doing so. All right, we got stopped out of the Qs, break even. All right, Russell just pierced that high. I just added to the Russell again here. So it brings my average up to 177.92. 177.92. Now let's see what type of action we get. Do we get a close above this area? We have a big hammer engulfing candle on the Russell. Big hammer engulfing candle on the Russell. Still watching coin, Mullen. Coin I just added on the short side again at 97.05. It's actually at 97.08 right now. You can get a better fill than I did. So my average now on coin is 96.72 short. 96.72 short. So if you look at coin, my average is 96.72. And then there's one final ad on coin at this gap fill. It's interesting because coin's had a pretty big bounce, retracing most of the losses it had, and Bitcoin really hasn't done much, so a little bit of an interesting divergence there. It's almost like market makers are trying to suck some new money in before they rip it lower. But we shall see what happens. Russell's still fighting that new high of day. It is pushing up here. We didn't get the 2-minute close above, so NVIDIA's charging higher right now. AMD's pushing up. Amazon's pushing up. Apple's trying to test the pre-market low again. That might be another short trade opportunity. All right, so the Russell's finding some rejection at this point. Still long Mullen, M-U-L-N, which are now in the money. This looks like it wants to break to the high side, so this could be a fast mover here. Okay. Yeah, I just had my mic muted there for a second. My dog was barking a little bit there, so thanks though for letting me know. So yeah, we're still short coin. We're long Mullen. We are short the Russell, which is pumping up. You can see the Russell got rejected with that big hammer candle still inside of this bearish hammer. And then you got a double bearish hammer here. So the Russell's up 1.3% now and yields are green. So they're not really reacting yet to the higher yields, but I'm still short the Russell right now. We'll see if we get some more downside in this market. Right now it's acting a little resilient. We did have coin put in a big reversal off this level, so there's definitely some sellers lurking. You can see coin tried breaking out, got rejected, so we're basically almost flat on coin in that trade right now. Thank you. But we'll just watch things patiently. The markets are just trying to continue to grind higher on us. Still long Mullen. Watch this bull flag break on Mullen. MULN is our long hedge right now, and it's trying to break out here, and this one could get squeezy. High short interest, so I'm optimistic that one's gonna yield us some good returns. NVIDIA is back to the negative side. Apple's had a big bounce. I am potentially interested in shorting Apple again. One thing we have to be careful is that the Qs and the Qs is still under pre-market low, which is why I'm more inclined to short Apple. I'm actually interested in taking a short trade here on Apple. 189.30, I just got filled on Apple. Starter position, 189.30. And basically, again, on Apple, if we get a close on the 2-minute chart, or we can even tighten it up on the 1-minute chart above your pre-market low, then we will just probably maybe stop out. I'll have to reassess what all the other mega caps are doing. But short Apple right now, we're going to watch that one. Mullen's testing the high of day. The Russell's also testing the high of day, still short the Russell. There is a gap fill in the Russell at 178.77, which is where maybe it wants to go. So we'll keep the Russell on watch here because there is a gap fill that it is approaching on the daily, which is sitting right around here. Maybe that's where the Russell kind of runs out of steam. So I'm actually going to add to the Russell up there. One final add if the Russell gets going. Coin, we're still holding short. All right, Mullen is starting to break to the high side, guys. So that's a great long entry on Mullen. It's starting to break to the high side here. So basically now, once this starts moving, look at this. It's going to start squeezing here. Get ready. I'm going to move it to the 10-minute chart because this may have a big move. So we're already up 2.4% there on Mullen, M-U-L-N. This is super risky. So basically, I'm going to move my stop now all the way here. Just tighten it up to 1881. Okay, 1881. You can see that the Russell's finding some hard rejection, but still climbing. Still climbing. Apple's also trying to see push down from this area here. So keep Apple on watch. I'm still watching Mullen on my other screen. NVIDIA is starting to lose some key moving averages. It's testing the pre-market low. So NVIDIA is looking to close below pre-market low, and that's going to be bearish for this market. Microsoft starting to roll over a little bit. I am seeing some sellers starting to present themselves in the queues. New high on Mullen. Let's go. Mullen, squeeze. We're in the money on our coin short. We're out of the money on our Russell. We're in the money on Apple. We'll flat basically. So Apple, we're hovering at this area here. Mullen's going to be a squeezer, guys. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Oh, fucking right. Banking up 3%. Let's see if we can get to gap or this major pivot zone. Sorry, that's a major pivot zone. On the daily chart of Mullen, this thing can hit this pivot zone. It could hit gap. Let's see if we can squeeze. We're closing above some key daily moving averages, the short-term 7 moving average. Coinbase, we're banking. Bitcoin's coming down again. So BTC USDT is starting to sell again. Therefore, it's bringing coin down again. We're in the money on our coin short right now as we speak. We're still waiting on the Russell to give it up. Dollar's trying to put in a base potentially to move higher. Let's keep Mullen on watch here because Mullen is the squeezy name. What I'm going to do on this trade, I'm going to move a break even, slightly in the money stop on Mullen. 1914, just a slight in the money stop on Mullen. And if we start getting a 3-bar surge, which I think is coming, then we start trailing our stop a little bit higher. But Mullen's looking extra nice today. It is looking a little juicy on the long side, which is why we're in it. All right, Microsoft still under pre-market low. Apple still under pre-market low. I have to remain bearish when the two mega cap companies are trading below pre-market low and haven't been able to get above it, even though the SPY and the QQQ have bounced. That's bearish. Russell, we're slightly out of the money on Russell. We have one more add level on the Russell to bring our average in. Russell's testing pre-market high. This yellow line is where the pre-market high was. I like it at this short here. Pre-market high is heavy resistance on the Russell. You can see sellers started coming in right now, but I still like it a little bit potentially higher for our final add entry around 178.76. Let's flip back to MULN, which is still looking squeezy. We're up nicely on that trade with an in the money stop. And honestly, if that one stops us out, that's okay. Apple's pushing up, so we're going to add to our Apple short at around 189.74, 73-ish. It's testing pre-market low right now, and it's finding more sellers. More sellers are coming through on Apple. IWM's finding some sellers. Coin is also seeing some sellers, but you have the S&P trying to hold some gains and move a little bit higher here. Dollar's still weak, so the dollar's still negative on the session. Yields are positive. Oil is getting a nice bounce. Natural gas is weak. I'm actually looking at nat gas on the long side. Nat gas is potentially a long trade for me. Even if you look at XOM, there's probably a trade that we can do here. It's up nicely because of oil, but I do think that there's probably a bit more upside in XOM, but I want to see some pullback occur. Let's look at the SPY just to see what's going on. SPY is still below the pre-market low here, but it's trying to push higher here. You're outside of this channel, which is bullish, but you have a huge hammer candle, which is slightly bearish. QQQ is the weak indice right now because it's below pre-market low, but you do have Apple trying to get above the pre-market low here. So we're going to add to our Apple short. We're going to add to it again if we get a tap of this trend line. So next entry on Apple is 189.73. If it pushes up there, it may not push up there, but we're waiting. Tesla's had a pretty big bounce off of the lows. It's trying to consolidate to move a little bit higher, but I'm remaining bearish because there's still lower highs in place on Tesla. SPY is trying to put in a potential 1-minute bull flag pattern, but you're still below pre-market low on Microsoft and on Apple, and NVDA is about to lose its pre-market low. So if you have all of those companies, those three mega caps losing their pre-market lows, I mean, you would have to have substantial strength in Google, Meta, and Amazon to really lift it out of the woodwork here. But nonetheless, the dollar's heading a little bit lower, so that might find some reprieve. You can see Apple's fighting this pre-market low. It's a huge, huge resistance. Will it get through, or will the rejection be met? Look at this Russell rolling over here, finding some sellers. That's okay. Apple's the real talk of the town. And remember, Apple's triggered this head and shoulders. If I draw it into my chart, this is an intraday pattern, so it could actually play out today. I have this big right shoulder. It's triggered. It's absolutely triggered. And the downside move, takes you all the way down to 186. We could see that today. Where would that put the Qs if Apple actually trades all the way down there today? That's my question. That's what I'm actually wondering. Wow, I feel bad for closing out that GPS trade so soon. I mean, look at that move. We basically netted from 1693 to 1724. We played on the long side. Wow, we could have made quadruple profits, but would have, could have, should have is the best three traders around in this market. SPY is starting to roll over here. SPY is rolling over heavy here. Let's check back on Coinbase. Coinbase, we're slightly in the money with one more add entry on Coinbase, so it's a pretty decent sized position. Apple, we're basically just slightly out of the money on. And I'm still watching our Mullen trade on the long side. We're still holding that. All right, NVIDIA's losing pre-market low, so NVIDIA is now a short. NVDA, pre-market low. This is just a simple strategy. You get closes below pre-market low, which is sitting at 493.24. I'll actually put that in on the chart. 493.24 is the pre-market low in yellow. Whoops, let me change that around a little bit. Yellow. It's a short now. Wait for the bounce. We're going to wait for a little bit of a confirmation candle. I'm going to look to the 1-minute chart here. So we did get confirmation. I'm short NVIDIA, 492.95. 492, it's a 1/4 position on NVIDIA. It's a 1/4 position, 492.95. And you can see they're pumping it on us, potentially trying to get another close. We tapped the EMA 113. I'm still bearish because we did get that 1 minute and then confirmed candle on NVIDIA. Probability state, we should go lower. Sympathy traders AMD, or you can buy the SOXS. Still slightly out of the money on Apple. We're nicely in the money on Coin. All right, Mullen stopped me out for a small gain. MULN stopped me out for a small gain here at that 1919. So we had that in the money stop loss. Now, Mullen is still putting in higher highs, so there's a potential that it could squeeze higher, but you just got to protect your capital at this point in time. So we're still short Apple, NVIDIA. Let's see what action we get. I think the target on NVIDIA today is probably, if you retrace this move, I think we get at least a 50, if not a 618 retracement on NVIDIA. But we shall see. So we'll keep NVIDIA on watch. We only have a one entry on NVIDIA. Next entry on NVIDIA is if we squeeze all the way up to this pivot here. That was our previous entry. I am seeing the Russell start to break down a little bit more. A little bit more. Keeping watch of a few other individual names to see if there's any other trade setups. All right, Apple's coming up to our next entry. We did get a 1 minute or 2 minute close on Apple above pre-market low. It's still finding some rejection though. So take a look at Apple. It's fighting this area right now. It's a big, big level on Apple. SPY is losing the EMA 113. That also makes me more bearish. Apple's still getting rejected at pre-market low. NVIDIA's coming down. We're flat on our NVIDIA trade. We're almost in the money on our IWM. Coinbase is falling here. And this is without the dollar even rallying. So imagine if we get a bump in the dollar. Markets are falling, even though the dollar has still softened. Look at this. The dollar's falling and the indices are also falling at this point in time, getting some sell side pressure. And where's that sell side pressure coming from? The market leader, Microsoft, trying to put in a base, but putting in bearish consolidation. All right, so we'll just monitor Apple. NVIDIA's back below the pre-market. Look at this dump coming in on Apple. We're still in the money nicely on coin. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on coin. All right, so coin, let's protect that trade. Let's protect that trade. So we're short at 96.72. Break-even stop loss, okay? Break-even stop loss on coin. You can even use this red bar high as an in-the-money stop loss, which actually might be better. I'll use that, this in-the-money stop loss, 96.62. SPY made new high, still bearish. Did SPY make a new high? I don't have that. I have lower highs on the SPY chart. I'll pull that up real quickly. So SPY didn't make a new high there. Sorry, it's a little bit of a late, but 14 minutes ago? No, SPY didn't make a new high. So here's your high at around 932. This is your lower high in place. Now we haven't made a lower low, so you're creating a wedge pattern, right? And the wedge hasn't broken yet, but considering the mega caps are weak, which is why I'm leaning more bearish. So you're creating this wedge pattern. You can do it there. You can draw for this. We haven't broken the wedge, but you do have a high, lower high, but then you have a low and a higher low. So it's kind of a coin flip right now. But again, I lean more bearish because of simply this guy, Apple, getting rejected, and Microsoft. You look at those names, they're super weak. And then you look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is closing below pre-market low. So pre-market low is this 493.24 area. And it's tapping the EMA 113. You can see you've got a big bounce. But what's interesting about this EMA 113, the last few times you've tagged it, is that you got this big bounce, you created a higher high. Then you came down, you got a big wick candle, bounce, created a lower high. Now you're testing this area. Odds are, considering you're making lower highs off of the bounce, we're going to flush. And we're actually probably going to flush and take out this area. But look what's happening with the dollar now. The dollar's flushing. Whoa. Let's see if there's a GDX trade on the long side. All right, I'm going to take GDX long here, 28.58 long GDX. Okay, stop loss is going to be a close below this green bar low here, 28.53. Hard stop. Dollar's flushing. So we're long GDX, still short Apple, still short coin. I'm taking GDX because of the fact that the dollar's falling so sharply, so it's probably going to cause gold to rally. We're still short NVDA and Apple. Apple's, we're just basically flat. NVIDIA, let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA, we're at 492.96. We do have other ad levels. Still watching a long trade on what you call it, natural gas. Bitcoin's starting to come down a little bit more now as well. So NVIDIA is recapturing that pre-market high. Because the dollar's weak right now, I'm going to lower my stop to more in the money on coin. Oh, coin's selling. Bitcoin's seeing some more sells. So 96.42 stop on coin. 96.42 stop on coin. We're long GDX. We're short NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still losing that pre-market low. Goodness. Microsoft is still looking very, very weak. Same thing with Apple. Apple's getting rejected. Still holding an IWM short as well. So my bias is net short. GDX, we're long. Coin, we're short in the money stop. Beautiful to see. We just need NVIDIA to start breaking a little bit lower here, which NVIDIA is below the pre-market. We get a 10-minute close on the candle for NVIDIA. We're going to start to see this roll over heavy. Look at Coinbase here. I'm going to cover coin down here. $96 cover. $96 cover. That's a beautiful gain. 72 cents per share. Bang, bang. Wonderful fucking trade. We're making money today, boys. And we banking on the butter. Microsoft may be making a new low. Oil screaming higher. That's a headwind for the market. Oil moving up is like another form of tightening for the market. Lots of little things moving into fruition here. GDX, we're still long, but again, we have a tight stop on that trade. Apple's pushing up, trying to retest the pre-market low. It's like a fight here between the bulls and the bears with Apple. Look at this. Right back to pre-market. Come on, NVIDIA. Give it up. Let's check our long trade on GDX. So GDX, we're long at 28.58. If it can break this flag structure, I mean, one could even argue, if you look at the 1 minute chart, you could even argue that you're testing this inverted head and shoulders. So your left shoulder here, head, right shoulder is forming. You can actually draw your neckline like that, or you can be more conservative and draw a flat bottom neck, which we're testing right now. Some people may want to use this pivot. It's not technically the right pivot, but either way, you've got a nice potential upside move coming here in GDX, which is why we're long, and we're in the money 3 cents. So why did I go long GDX? Well, I saw the dollar making new lows, right? And I'm seeing, the market actually technically weak from NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple. And it makes you wonder, okay, is there going to be fear creeping into this market at some point? Is gold going to actually continue to move higher? Let's look at what gold's doing. Gold, I inform my members, had that head and shoulders, completed the downside move to 1928, basically to the dollar. And now it's moving up. So gold did have a high candle, sold off, and now it's trying to get a retrace here, which is why we're playing GDX on the long side here. Nothing's a guaranteed trade, but it's just probables with market fundamentals. So we're still holding the Russell short, NVIDIA short, nicely in the money, Apple short. Let's see what we can get here, team. But please, 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 please follow me on Twitter at Trading1Capital. I post free charts pretty much every day, every week, little comments, basically valuable information that I think traders and investors can use. I run a Discord where I provide daily analysis videos, weekly sector reviews, and live trading alerts, entries, exits to all the positions that I take. The website is above, tradingcapital.ca. My name is Curtis, and I'm happy to help you trade here. I'm just running this free live trading room just to basically bank. Take a look at the history. I've been on here for hours, and we've been banking. NVDA. Look at this dump on NVDA. Bang, bang, skit. Down 0.6%. When are the indices going to give it up? Ooh, big dump coming. You see me rolling, they hating, patrolling and try and catch me riding dirty, Tesla, yeah, I think Tesla needs to fill that gap to the downside in order for me to be a little bit more bullish. If you look at Tesla, it's been the most relative weak name. Oh, NVIDIA's banking. Look at this fucking move, guys. Look at this. Bang, fucking bang. Coinbase, looking for a short on coin. All right, NVIDIA's coming up into some support here. I'm moving my stop on NVIDIA to 492.62. 492.62. I'm still short the Russell, short IWM, but we're looking like we're rolling heavy here. And we're still long GDX. So GDX trying to break out, but really hasn't broken out yet. So my Discord is above, tradingcapital.ca. In the comments, I will write trading, my Twitter handle. Please give me a follow. I'm out here doing free videos here, free live trading, putting my capital. No BS. No BS here. This is all live in the heat of the moment. NVIDIA's big bounce on NVIDIA. Big bounce. Still holding short. Haven't been stopped out. Look at this GDX. GDX is trying to get a nice little move to the high side. So we called out the long trade at 28.58 on GDX. And we're now in the money. What I'm going to do on GDX is move a break-even stop-loss. Trade is risk-free. Target 28.71. Okay? SPY's getting a big bounce here. Russell's trying to move up and create a little bit of a higher low. So that's a positive for the small caps. Apple's still below pre-market. Microsoft actually made a new low. Wow, I think we're fucking banking today. We are banking today. All right, we may have a play on Tesla. Tesla's potentially putting in an inverted head and shoulders pattern. It has not cleared. It's about to break that neckline. Let me just take a look here. All right. Might be a little bit of a pairs trade here. Tesla. Get ready to go long Tesla. It's actually forming a nice potential move here. Look at this. All right, Tesla, we're going to go long. We will go long on Tesla, but just be patient. We want the retest. On Tesla, and then we go long. Come on. NVIDIA, we're still short. Looking weak. Has not stopped us out. Apple's trying to fight that pre-market low again. Apple's fighting. Oil surging. Dollar new low. Get ready to go long Tesla, guys. We're going to go long Tesla. I don't have a position yet. I'm waiting for the retest. Don't buy the breakout because they often slam it down. Wait for the retest. You can buy this high pivot zone retest sitting at around 232.80, or you can be more conservative and buy the actual retest of the neckline. I'm probably going to be conservative because I'm seeing weakness in names like NVDA. I'm seeing weakness, tremendous weakness in NVIDIA. I'm seeing tremendous weakness in Microsoft, testing the lows, making new lows. And again, this is all while the dollar is super, super weak. Imagine the dollar starts to bounce here. And technically speaking, I mean, the dollar is still oversold. You've got that reversal in the daily chart, which we're testing right now. A little bit of a negative divergence being the fact that you made a new low and the RSI is making higher highs right now. So I'm expecting the dollar to bounce here. Look at Apple getting friggin' rejected again at that pre-market high. So this market's in trouble here, guys, because the dollar's been weak, yields are positive, but this market's in trouble. Let me be clear. I think we're going much, much lower, which again, why I'm a little bit skeptical even buying Tesla right away. You know, the pattern is technically triggered. We're nicely in the money on NVDA. This is beautiful to see. We have an in the money stop. I'm going to lower my stop on NVIDIA here to 492.54. So we're banking at least 55 cents a share. Still holding my Apple short. That one, I'm not giving that one up. Absolutely not. Not with Microsoft making new lows on the session. That's for sure. And the SPY is only down right now 0.9%, even with Microsoft down this much. So makes you wonder. All right, let's look at our GDX trade as well. Because the dollar's still at the lows, GDX is trying to push up. I'm going to put an in-the-money stop on GDX right at this 28.61. So we're going to make 3 cents. I have 1,000 shares, so I mean, we're 3 cents. It's nothing. It's lunch money, basically. Lunch money. NVIDIA, we're still watching NVIDIA. Apple's still under pre-market low, getting sold. Coinbase is trying to move up here. Coinbase is trying new high on the Russell. That's pretty key. All right, GDX is moving pretty sharply here. GDX is moving pretty sharply. Keep that trigger. Keep that watch on GDX. Dollar still at the lows, but I'm expecting a bounce in the dollar. GDX getting rejected at these highs here. Tesla's still moving. Tesla's still moving. I did not pick up any Tesla on the long side. I repeat, I did not pick up any Tesla on the long side. Still waiting for a small retest. Trying to be patient on Tesla, although the patience may go against me. The Russell just made a new high. The SPY is trying to turn positive again. We may get stopped out of NVIDIA here. We may. I just got stopped out of GDX at 28.61 for a nice little gain. So GDX stopped us out. NVIDIA just stopped us out for a small little gain as well. We're still under pre-market low. We get a move up to pre-market low here on NVIDIA or the EMA 113. I'm going to short it again. So I'm going to move this up here. This 493 appears to 493. I'm short NVIDIA again. Apple's trying to get above pre-market low. Apple is trying to get above. The SPY is trying to hit the top of the wedge. So remember we were discussing the SPY in a wedge formation. Look, the SPY's at this wedge pattern right now. It's trying to break out. You could grab shorts here. It's into resistance. Microsoft's still exceptionally weak. Look at that rejection off of that level. That's a big, big rejection. The Russell's still moving strong. We're out of the money on our Russell trade, unfortunately. Still have one more entry, though, to add. One more entry, and it's probably going to coincide with the pierce of this area. So this 178.77, that's where I like it. Let's see what Apple's doing because it is back above pre-market low. So that's a short-term positive for Apple. We're back above pre-market low. So you got that 1 minute close above. But notice how you got to close above there, rejection. Close above there, rejection. Look at this rejection. It's almost like they're trying to suck in money to buy this. I'm seeing Bitcoin making another attempt at rolling over. So let's look at Coinbase here on the short side again, because I am seeing, oof, yeah, there's no trade. I don't like that chart that much right now. Let's look at the SPY. SPY is trying to get a close above that area. All right, we're going to add to our Apple short. If we get, I flip to the 2-minute chart here now. If we get a retrace to this neckline, I'm going to add to my Apple short. SPY is trying to test the top of the range. Dollar still at the lows. Apple is above this yellow trend dotted line, which is your pre-market low. Still have weakness in Microsoft and Apple. Strength in Tesla though. Coins trying to move up. Bitcoin's catching a little bit of a bid here. Still weakness in NVDA. Still weakness in Google. All right, my next ad level on Apple, we only have a 1/4 position. It's going to be right into this trend line, sitting around 189.85-ish. Microsoft's still testing the low of day. So again, Microsoft's been the bellwether leading stock. And look at this divergence on Microsoft. Now, if Microsoft can firm up, you could have this market rip. But it's still under pre-market low. NVIDIA is still under pre-market low, looking like another short opportunity. Dollar's still at the low, positive divergence. I'm looking at natural gas for a long trade here. Natural gas is an interesting. Trying to put in this little bit of a divergence. New low on Microsoft. Oof. Look at this natural gas move. Let me just erase some of these. Hitting the EMA 113 as well as multi-pivots here. That's a pretty decent looking trade on the long side. I might add that. Let me just throw up a fib retrace from the lows to the highs. And you can see we also have that 3A2 fib retrace. So this is a good area on the long side. I'm just waiting for this divergence to play out on nat gas. But get ready to go long nat gas. You can play it via Boyle or UNG. All right, Apple's moving up a little bit. I'm going to keep nat gas on my other screen. I'll let you know if I go long, since we'll just manage Apple here. All right, Apple's coming up here. Apple's starting to push. SPY is still under, or sorry, QQQ is still under the pre-market low, and so is the SPY. You know, SPY was all the way up to 451.92 in the pre-market. Inverted head and shoulders still valid on Tesla. Microsoft's getting a little bit of a pump. NVIDIA's still below the pre-market low. All right, I'm going long UNG here. I'm going to go long UNG, 610. I got filled at 610. 1/4 position, 610 UNG. I will add basically every 5 cents lower. Okay, so we'll start with that. I'm going long UNG, 610. Apple's getting rejected yet again, testing that pre-market low. But is this an SR flip? We'll find out. NVIDIA's starting to firm up. Tesla's really starting to get going. All right, NVIDIA's testing that pre-market low. I'm looking for a short here. Just shorted 493.30, 493.30. I repeat, 493.30 short NVIDIA. NVDA, it's a 1/4 position. We have room to add if need be. 493. Tesla's moving. Apple's still getting rejection at that pre-market low. Next ad level on NVIDIA is all the way up here at 494.82. So please take a subscribe to my Trading Capital alert service. We have closed a few bangers already today. So NVIDIA is trying to push up here. Apple got rejected. All right, so this is what we've been looking for. Continued weakness in the mega caps. This is a failed break above the pre-market low on the 2-minute chart. So we'll know in 15 seconds. This could be a failed breakout on Apple. And they say the big moves come from failed breakouts. Let's look at the SPY, what the SPY is doing. So we're holding short NVIDIA because it tapped the pre-market low. We're still holding short Apple, still holding short the Russell. Look at this potential failed break on the SPY chart here. So it tapped the top of the wedge. I said you could buy puts or shorts up there. And now we see if we break this wedge. I still think we have to break this wedge and revert back to this channel. This is the channel that we have been chopping in. I'll be very shocked if we don't revert back to the channel. And it looks like we're doing it. Oof. Look at this move. Fuck yeah, man. Yes. Boom. Pre-market highs and lows. I encourage you. It's a simple strategy. Put those pre-market high and lows on your goddamn chart. Because look at that. NVIDIA tapped that pre-market low, got rejected. Apple fighting this pre-market low. Getting rejected. We're in the money on Apple. IWM's coming down. NVIDIA is starting to fall right back below. NVIDIA did make that lower low, so we're in now a technical downtrend on the short-term trend of the chart. Why? Here, you had your low, made a higher high, lower high, lower high. Here you have your low, lower low, technical downtrend. SPY's breaking down, Apple's breaking down, Microsoft made a new low. We're still watching UNG on the long side. My apologies. That one's actually heading a little bit lower. We're slightly out of the money on UNG. You can get a better fill than I am. But basically, UNG is now putting in very, very oversold, making a lower price, but a higher high on the RSI. A little bit of divergence. You're into huge support on nat gas, on the actual nat gas contract chart on the daily chart. I expect a bounce here, hitting the EMA 113 multi-pivot zone. You can always go lower. There is also another area. Oh, SPY's dumping, guys. SPY is dumping. There is a potential that we can flush all the way into this trend line at 296. Look at this dump on SPY, guys. What a freaking dump. Oof, NVIDIA, we're heavily in the money now. All right, guys, this is going to get nasty. This is about to get fucking nasty. Buckle up. Buckle up. Why? I touched base on this. The dollar's now starting to bounce. The dollar's been weak all day. Indices had a chance to truly make that higher high over here with this breakout, and it failed. This is a potential failed breakout right here at the top of the wedge. No higher high has been in place, and you're actually looking to make a lower low now on the SPY and revert back to this channel that we've been chopping. And you're breaking this wedge here. You got confirmation on the 2-minute. You got a break on the 2-minute. You need confirmation. Just like you got a break here, no confirmation. Now we're looking for a confirmed break. You get a confirmed break below this pivot here, and it's game on to the downside. The bears are in control of the price action right now as we speak. Bears are in control. Oh, look at NVIDIA. We're printing here. Look at this. Fuck yes. 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 Fuck yeah. Let's go. Let's go. My man, Max L. Beautiful. Please hit that like button. Follow me. Twitter is Trading One Capital. We're printing in this stream. Look at this dump on NVIDIA. Look at this dump. All right, we're hitting the top of that channel that NVIDIA's been trading in on the daily chart. This is still super, super extended, but that's just where we are. We're hitting the top of this channel right now intraday. So there is some minor support here, but I do suspect that that is going to break as well. And it's just a matter of how deep can we go. Oh, look at the spot. Oh, SPY's falling. Oh, Russell, we're in the money. Let's go. Let's go. Apple's dumping. We're in the money on that too. Bang, bang, skit, skit. Amen. This is wonderful. If you're banking with me, please start securing some profits. It's only prudent, but I'm seeing the Qs breaking down. Microsoft new lows. Apple still hasn't taken out the lows yet, but look at this NVIDIA trade. I'm going to move some break-even stop loss and leave runners on the table. So I'm putting a stop loss on NVIDIA right at this wick high here. I still think there's more downside. We get one more big flush to this pivot, I will cover NVIDIA. So I'm looking at a cover if we get a flush to this pivot zone here on NVIDIA. And that means about a $4 move down right off of that pre-market low. Russell's getting a bounce here. Apple's still selling. We're short Apple. We're in the money at 189.30. I'm going to leave this running. But the big focal point is NVDA. Even Tesla's now coming back for that retrace off of that head and shoulder. So there is a potential that we can go long Tesla. There is a potential. I wanted it a little bit lower because the markets are weak. But it is a potential to go long. Tesla's actually holding up some relative strength. It's still positive on the session. But that was a big, big drop. Let's see how the Qs are faring. New lows on Microsoft. Microsoft is still faltering here, guys. Microsoft is still faltering. Look at this QQQ 10-minute chart here. I just want to show you this. Put into perspective that the head and shoulders is still triggered in more ways than one. And I mean, even if you change this trend line to here, we could be forming this rather large head and shoulders pattern on the 10-minute chart. And if we break this neckline here, which we haven't yet, we're still a few dollars away, but if you break that neckline, you're talking about a move down to 379, likely gap fill at 377. So just watch this trend line on the larger term time frame because we are starting to trend. I'm going to use this trend line now as the next big resistance. But wow, what a dump. Microsoft still challenging and putting in lows. Potential bearish gap formed on Microsoft. Microsoft is into some decent short-term minor support, but it should go lower, guys. Should go lower. Even though another chart that I'm looking at is the SOXX, the semiconductors. Flip to the 10-minute chart. We haven't triggered it yet, but you're forming some pretty nice shoulder action here. You're forming some pretty nice shoulder action. Left shoulder, big head. This right shoulder is actually a little bit now bigger here. Hasn't triggered, but watch it closely. You know, the biggest one in the socks, I believe, is AVGO. Let me just type that up. AVGO, which is actually performing very well, trying to fill its gap to the up. It's relentless. And they're so heavy that they have so much weighting in the indices that it just drags everything down. It's very hard for things to get out of the way when Apple and Microsoft are below their pre-market lows and dumping. So they're still holding up right now. Tesla's still green. Apple, we're slightly in the money on our trade. I still think these indices will head lower. Still watching Nat Gas on the long side. I still hold UNG, which we're slightly out of the money, but that's okay. So Apple's now coming up to test our area. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA, we have an in-the-money stop loss, which maybe it's going to be triggered, but we shall see. I'm going to let NVIDIA stop on a 1-minute close above our area. I'm going to leave it a little bit more room to run because I do think that there's more downside, but I don't have a hard stop in place. It's more of a mental. With the 1-minute close above this area, you can even just put a break even because we've banked on so many trades today. I'm going to let this run a little bit more and see if we can squeeze more downside. So I'm actually going to remove my stop, put it back to the break even, and just see if it runs. So I'm moving my stop on NVIDIA. I'm going to put it to break even. I think this one has a lot of room to the downside. A lot of room to the downside. So please check out my Trading Capital Discord. I post live videos, daily analysis videos, entry positions, exit positions for both swing trades and day trades. I track insider buying and selling. If you need help trading this market, navigating this craziness, I think there's going to be massive opportunities in the coming weeks. Massive. That could probably make your portfolio just by the end of the year, or break your portfolio. But we would rather make it. All right, nat gas is trending a little bit lower here, team. Nat gas is trending a little bit lower. Tesla, watch Tesla, because now are we putting in a potential lower high here? So here's your high, maybe a lower high. I hope it puts in a lower high, because then we likely will get that retrace to the neckline, and that's where I'm going to go long Tesla. Oof, nat gas is selling, so get ready to add to our UNG position. We have a 1/4 entry on UNG. Nat gas is still selling. 605 is my next entry level. 605 is my next entry level on UNG. We are selling quite EMA 113 on the 10-minute. Huge wick. Not a reversal, but a big enough wick. 5-minute, you're above the EMA 113. 3-minute, you're below. Apple's still selling here. We're in the money on Apple. A lower low was put in on the Russell, but it still had a higher high. So broadening formation is being created on the IWM. And what I mean by that, broadening formations are typically bearish. Doesn't mean it can't go higher, but you do have, you see you have your high, your higher high, your higher high, running out of momentum. Here you had a big sell-off, created that lower low. So this is what I mean by the broadening formation now. Sorry, let me just put here. So this is your megaphone pattern now. Broadening formations typically are bearish, especially when they're at the high of the chart. Okay, so just watch that closely. All right, big pump coming in the markets. Why? Look what's happening here. The dollar starting to falter a little bit more now. Microsoft's getting a bounce. NVDA got a pretty decent bounce as well. Still remaining bearish in my opinion. Apple's coming up to our area. Potential lower high on Apple. But the SPY has had a huge bounce. Huge bounce. Dollar's still weakening. Coinbase, there might be a trade on Coinbase. Keep that on watch for the long side on Coinbase. I'm seeing a failed pattern on the head and shoulders, so I do potentially like Coinbase on the long side. I'm looking at a break above 97.20 for a long trigger. There's a potential trade on coin. Bitcoin's trying to move up. Bitcoin actually just turned positive, so what I'm looking at on coin, the only thing I don't like is that the Qs are weak right now. Qs are still negative, S&P's negative, Russell's positive. So basically, if we get a close above this trend line, call it 97.10, that's a little bit of a long trigger in my opinion. And that there is a gap fill to the upside around 98 bucks that we could play. So I'm just going to wait patiently. What I like about coins that you had this head and shoulders trigger, breakdown, and then it recaptured the wedge. Doesn't mean it can't fail again, but this pattern now is technically negated, and we have to reassess. Next pattern there. And if this comes down and breaks it, it's a much larger move to the downside. Oh, Apple. An apple a day keeps the doctor away, baby. Holy. We're banking on Apple. Look at this move on Apple. We're still short NVIDIA. We're still short Apple. We're still short the Russell. And we're long nat gas, which we're slightly out of the money via UNG. But UNG, I want it to go a little bit lower. I wouldn't mind accumulating a little bit more. I'm even tempted to do it here because you do have a pretty big divergence. You know what? I'm actually going to buy a little bit more right here at 608 UNG. So it now brings my average down to 609. That's a half position on UNG. Half position. And I'm still going to keep this $6 level as the next add level. And I actually just have resting buy orders there and 595. Okay, so in case UNG flushes, but I think that natural gas can actually get a big bounce here. We're seeing oil rip. Oil's ripping heavy. Let's look back at NVIDIA here. We're still holding NVDA short in the money. Break even stop loss. Apple's still short. So we're banking today. So again, my Twitter handle is Trading One Capital. YouTube, Trading Capital Inc. And let's see if we can get some flushers. I'll be right back. Alright, we are back in the swing of things here. So just to recap things. The S&P is bouncing. Potential 1 minute inverted head and shoulders still under the EMA 113. Apple still under pre-market low. Microsoft still under pre-market low. NVDA still under pre-market low. Tesla looking strong. Amazon looking strong as well. Google exceptionally weak but trying to bounce here. So the majority of the mega caps are weak today, which means I lean bearish. When you base just a simple strategy that I'm going to let you in here, when you look at the mega caps as a whole, they obviously control the market, mainly the Qs and the SPY. When the majority of the market cap of the QQQ is weak on the session, like Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, Google, when the majority of those names are weak, you have to suspect downside in the market. We're still short Nvidia at the pre-market low there. Looking for more downside. This could be an inside bar bear flag. Finding rejection at this orange moving average is the EMA 113. We're long nat gas. It is going lower. We're short Apple. We're also short the Russell. So the Russell's up quite substantially today, but potentially putting in its lower high process. I still see a move down in the Russell back to 177.10. I'm seeing the dollar bounce. If the dollar bounces, this market's in trouble. Why? Because the dollar has been weak all morning. The US 2-year yield has actually been strong. It was one of the indications why I flipped short in this market. The 2-year yield was positive and the long end yields were negative. So you have the 2-year yields grinding higher here on the daily and the intraday chart, finding support at this trend, at this parallel channel and bouncing. So small caps should react, especially if the long end yields like the 10-year US 10-year, which is green now. It wasn't green in the morning session, but it is green now. Also finding a little bit of support and trying to bounce. But let's just flip back to NVIDIA here and Apple. Apple's putting in a potential bear flag pattern. Nat gas is still continuing to grind a little bit lower. NVIDIA's trying to push up here. Tesla's still trying to push up. Apple's still remaining exceptionally weak though. So this is a mixed tape. Very, very tricky and dynamic market to trade. Very, very tricky. I'm seeing some strength in AMD here. AMD just made a new high. Trying to break out here. Positive for AMD. I don't think I'm going to take a trade there yet. Alright, maybe we're forming a right shoulder here on NVIDIA 3-minute. The next big level to watch is this trend line. If we form this right shoulder curling action and come down and break this trend line, you have a head and shoulders potential. Potential. It's only a potential. Apple, we're still in the money on Apple. Dollar's still fading. Apple's still putting in the potential a little bit of a micro bear flag here. We'll see if it breaks. I suspect Apple to come down to 188.55 and test that 113 EMA. NVIDIA's surging, moving higher here. Nat gas is trying to put in a little bit of a doji candle. Small little doji. NVIDIA is pushing up here. NVIDIA is pushing up. Microsoft's getting a nice little bounce. SPY's trying to break out here. Apple still hasn't firmed up. You're going to need to see Apple firm up. Alright, so we're seeing the markets firm up here, but if we look at the SPY, really we're still in that wedge pattern. What happened last time? We tested that wedge and we rejected. Here we're testing it again. I'm seeing the Russell break down pretty heavily here. Seeing the Russell break down. NVIDIA's back to that pre-market high, that same point where we got rejected. So NVIDIA is trying to push up. Semis are looking a little bit stronger here now. Still only have a 1/4 position on NVIDIA short, still holding my Apple short as well. I'm liking this move for a downside move. Nat gas is still falling. Alright, even Tesla's looking a little bit vulnerable here now, just because of the QQQ weakness. So I'm going to take Tesla short here, 235.11, 235.11, short Tesla. 235.11, we're in the money on our IWM now. So I'm seeing the Russell break down. The Russell's been the leading index. Basically, I will add one more time to Tesla at 235.88. If we get a 2-minute close above this area, I stop out of the trade for a loss. Apple's trying to break a bear flag. All right. IWM starting to fade just slightly. NVIDIA is still acting okay at this moment in time. Let's look at what the QQQ is doing. So the Qs are still under pre-market low, being still acting okay. IWM's fading more now. So I did add to my Tesla there at 235.88. Brought my average up to 235.50. 235.50. That's a half a position. I'm seeing the Russell break down substantially. What does that mean? That means this market's going to bleed. That dollar's popping here. Dollar's getting a big pop to the high side here. Dollar's getting a big pop here. All right, so we're still holding NVIDIA short, Apple short, Tesla short now. IWM short, Nat Gas long via UNG. I think Tesla gets a retrace all the way to this EMA 113 at the minimum, and then likely down a little bit more. You do have some pivot points here as decent resistance on Tesla. Tesla's continuing to climb. NVIDIA is back above pre-market, back above the pre-market high. Sorry, pre-market low. I apologize. Pre-market low. Stand corrected. But this is a big area that NVIDIA saw rejection last time. Right at that pre-market. Microsoft's trying to move up. Apple's trying to move up a little bit here, so is NVIDIA. NVIDIA's trying to turn positive, finding some resistance. Tesla's fighting this area here, still trying to make a move to the high side off of its inverted head and shoulders. I am seeing that dollar pop up, though. All right, so Tesla, we're slightly out of the money. Apple, we're in the money. NVIDIA, we're basically flat. UNG, let's take a look at our nat gas. UNG's trying to get a small little bounce here. We're slightly out of the money. Half a position there. If we look at the actual natural gas chart, I love trading natural gas. This is just a day trade. You basically almost tapped that $3 level. IWM. IWM's coming lower here. Still seeing that dollar trying. It needs to make a little bit of a higher high, but it's getting rejected here. SPY also finding some more sellers. The Russell's finding some more sellers. Let's look at the QQQ. The QQQ is weaker than SPY right now, but Microsoft's trying to bounce. All right, NVIDIA's getting rejected once again. Where? Pre-market low. Okay, but Tesla's holding up. All right, so if anybody has any questions, if there's any tickers you're looking at, we have banked on the stream today. Please give me some love. I think posting all these trades, all these winners, deserves at least a couple follows, a couple likes. If you're interested in a trading service Discord, please check out my website above at tradingcapital.ca. If we flip to the Apple chart, we're still short Apple and the Russell and NVIDIA and Tesla. Okay. In the money on Apple here. In the money on NVIDIA. Slightly out of the money on Tesla. Tesla's obviously looking a little bit more bullish compared to most stocks. So this is a little bit risky. A little risky. But we shall see if the risk pays off or not. Am I going to get my ass handed to me for shorting a leading stock? Perhaps. But we have risk management. Basically, I'm interested in adding to the Tesla short position. If we get a little pop to this 237, a pierce of 237, I will add to the position since it's only a half a position right now. I'm still seeing SPY and QQQ falter a little bit here. SPY is starting to curl a little bit lower. The Russell's giving up. It's up 1%, but it's pulling off of the highs quite substantially here. Here comes Tesla. Here comes the sell. Do 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 do. I'm seeing Bitcoin rolling over, triggering a bear flag. Coin short. 96. Actually, I'm going to do puts. 96 put coin. 96 put. 96 put on coin. A 96 put on coin. We just entered here at 96.44. 96 put on Coinbase. I repeat, 96 put on Coinbase. We want to get this thing in the fucking money. Let's go. Let's go. Why am I shorting Coinbase again? Well, let's pull up the Bitcoin chart. BTC USDT. Look at this failure. Take out these lows, we're going to get a huge rush. I want to be in the money on this fucking coin put. Let's fucking do this. Let's do this, baby. Falling wedge on QQQ. I will take a look at that for you. QQQ, falling wedge. I haven't actually seen. What time frame are you looking at there? What time frame? Hey there, Kaus or Kaustube or 3973. What time frame are you looking on? I don't see a falling wedge at all. You know, I see this potential. All right, NVIDIA's catching a bump here. The Russell's catching a bump. Qs are catching a bump. Oil's getting a nice push. All right, UNG is also starting to cooperate a little bit here, guys. So UNG, we're basically now flat on the trade. It is starting to potentially move up a little bit. We'll see if we can get some follow through. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla's acting, finding some sellers here, struggling at these highs. You know, I even think we can likely get a retrace back to this pivot, which would put us in the money about just about $1 or so. All right, let's flip back to our coin. Let's get these $96 puts in the fucking money. You're going to hear it. Dollar's trying to push up. SPY's seeing some more sellers here. So is the QQQ. NVIDIA still being rejected at that pre-market low. Apple still under pre-market low. Microsoft still under pre-market low, but it has bounced quite substantially. Trying to move up on Microsoft a little bit. NVIDIA, big 2-minute sell candle coming in. Google seeing more selling, so is NVIDIA. Nice bearish engulfing coming in NVIDIA. Apple seeing some sellers as well. The Russell's giving it up. We're in the money on our Russell, in the money on coin, in the money on NVIDIA, in the money on Apple, out of the money on Tesla, out of the money on UNG. We have 6 trades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trades going. 4 of them are in the money. We're waiting on Nat Gas to catch a little bit of a bid here. I am seeing the DXY, the Dixie, trying to push up. All right, the Dixie's finding some potential weakness here. Still bearish consolidation on Apple here. Still bearish consolidation on Apple. So we're holding. Bitcoin's seeing a little bit of a bounce here, but I think it's just a temporary bounce before we go a little bit lower. We have 96 puts, slightly out of the money right now, but I think they will go in the money. Oil's still ripping. Oil is still ripping. Look at this dump coming in on NVIDIA. Tesla, we're now in the money. Let's do this. Let's fucking rock, baby. Rock to the... Come on, NVIDIA, give it up. Get your big ass down there. Get your big ass down there. Get your big ass down there. Come on, NVIDIA. 3 minute. No, I don't see that on the 3 minute, to be honest. Like, I'll pull it up on the QQQ here. A falling wedge? Is that what you're at? Falling wedge on QQQ. Falling wedges are typically bullish, so I'm going to flip to the 3 minute here. But I don't see a falling wedge. So, like, let me just draw this out for you. So a falling wedge would look like something like this, where price action is slowly, falling into the wedge. And then typically when you hit the apex of the wedge, that's when you get a bounce. So I don't see that right now. I mean, you might be looking at it like this, potentially. That wedge really, like, you might be looking at it like that, maybe. I guess that's the only way I think you could play it. One of the reasons I don't like this wedge, okay, I'll tell you why, is because it's not as steep, This, if you connect these 3 pivot lows here, it's not really a steep. I like steep wedges where you have the base having a very, very sharp degree of an angle down. So I don't like it when the degree angle is really not that steep. And I mean, you could argue that we have bounced off of the low end of the wedge here a few times, but we keep getting rejected and we're making lower highs as we bounce, which is typically bearish. So I like a very steep angled wedge. They have a higher degree of probability of playing out to the upside. Now, I could be wrong. Everything's obviously a technical assumption. But yeah, I prefer a little bit of a steeper wedge there, personally speaking. All right, let's look at coin here. Actually, we'll throw up the Apple chart since we're still holding that one. Dollar's still trying to move up a little bit. Still, you have some strength in the semiconductors, which is, I think, what's helping keep this market a little bit more buoyant. Tesla's moving up, potential lower high on Tesla. Bitcoin's still selling off. I still see maybe a 3 minute bear flag forming on Coinbase. Potential 5 minute hanging man candle on NVIDIA. That's typically bearish. The one thing that's keeping it up is AMD is strong. AMD is actually strong today, potentially breaking out of an inverted head and shoulders pattern. But again, the Qs are still weak. SPY's down 0.9, Qs down 0.23, IWM's up 1%. Yields are green. Dollar's flat or dollar's negative, but looking to move higher here. So we're short Tesla, NVIDIA. We're in the money on our Tesla. We're in the money on NVIDIA. We're in the money on Apple. We are in the money on coin puts. We have $96 coin puts, which I think will get in the money by the end of today. Could be wrong. We are also short NVIDIA, and we're long UNG. We are long UNG. Apple's testing a little bit of a break here. So I'm going to move a break-even stop loss on Apple here. 189.30 break-even stop loss on NVIDIA. I'm seeing Tesla starting to weaken. So this one I'm actually interested in riding down to potentially this EMA 113 if we can get it to break. NVIDIA, I think this one goes a lot lower. The only reason NVIDIA is holding up is because the SOXX is still hanging in there and making a little bit of new highs. I'm still holding my IWM short, which if we break this little neckline here, so IWM, we break this neckline. Oof, that would be a big, big break. Hasn't triggered yet, but watch it closely. Let's see how coin is doing because Bitcoin's getting a small little bounce here. Tesla, we're in the money now. Coin puts are out of the money. Tesla's still trying to move a little bit higher here. Coinbase were out of the money. NVIDIA were basically flat. Apple break even stop. All right, markets are still in this little bit of a weird phase here. You know, there's pockets of strength, but there's weakness in some mega caps. You know, you have NVIDIA negative, Apple negative, Microsoft negative, Google negative. Those four heavyweights typically should bring the market down. I'm seeing the dollar trying to move higher. A little bit of weakness creeping in Tesla. We are in the money now. In the money on Apple. In the money on NVIDIA. Coin, we're basically flat. We're slightly out of the money on UNG. 5 of our 6 trades are in the money. UNG is the one that's not cooperating as of now, but that's okay. SPY is getting a nice little bounce here. Nice bounces coming in. Trying to see where the pockets of strength are coming from, and it looks to be Microsoft, Apple now getting a bounce. The Qs are getting a bounce. Qs are still under the pre-market low. The Russell still coming in. Dollar's hitting some short-term resistance, but I have the dollar trading all the way up to 104.26, so it's about another, call it 24 cents of upside, which should push the indices down a little bit. It's just a matter of if that's going to happen and when that's going to happen. AMD's surging higher here. All right, NVIDIA is trying to pop up here. Same thing with Microsoft. But again, this is a big struggle point. All right, Tesla, I'm putting a break-even stop on Tesla. Look at this beautiful dump on Tesla. So we have a break-even stop loss on Tesla at 235.50. I want more downside though. We just need the next wave of selling to set to occur in the indices. I think it's going to be Apple. And then Microsoft has had a really good $2 bounce off of the lows. Still down 1.33% today, but we'll see. NVIDIA is still struggling at that pre-market low. But you have strength in the SOX that is helping this trade. So NVIDIA is really trying here. We're still holding our Russell short, our IWM, which is looking like it wants to teeter and break this neckline. So just be patient with the Russell trade. And I'm being patient with our Tesla and our NVIDIA. So let's see if we... Qs are trying to move up here, predominantly led by Microsoft. Tesla's got a bounce here. I'm still short. I'm going to remove my break-even stop loss here. I want to give this a little bit more room to run. Let's see, though, if this was the wrong decision. I'm still holding short Tesla, half position. Still have room to add at 237.11. I didn't want to get stopped out there with that big wick. Still think that there's more downside. All right, NVIDIA's falling now too, getting rejected once again at that pre-market low. So you can see that's coming down. Come on, sell, baby, sell. Get selling. All right, so it was a good thing that we removed that little bit of a stop loss on Tesla because it just wicked up there, would have stopped us out for break even. But I'm seeing, I think this goes lower. You know, if we even look on the 1 minute chart, high, higher high, higher high, lower. So here's your low, lower low. We should see some more downside in this. The big level I'm watching now on Tesla, do we get a break of this key trend line? NVIDIA is weakening, still weakness. Coin is trying to push up a little bit here. All right, NVIDIA's weakening. Tesla, we're in the money. Let's see this Russell breakdown. The SOXX is still strong. So NVIDIA is diverging from the semiconductors. I mean, if you pull up I'm going to pull up my semiconductor watch list here. And basically, the strength is coming from SMCI and AVGO. Two big ones, and AMD, of course. So those two names are actually helping lift the semiconductors. And what's interesting is if we get the semiconductors to start giving up any sort of gains here, you know, then it should help this market go a little bit lower. But you have pockets of strength in AMD, AVGO. NVIDIA's still a little weak though today. And I'm still watching a bigger head and shoulders on NVIDIA. You break this neckline, and we could see a sharp sell-off today down to about, let's see where this would take us. That would take you all the way down to 483, give or take. And that just happens to be a pre-market low from a few days ago. So don't be surprised if that can happen. I am still seeing that weakness. But we'll just take it time frame by time frame. We're nicely in the money on our Tesla. Russell's trying to bounce. All right, nat gas is now starting to push. Here we frickin' go. Whoops. All right, let's look at our Tesla trade. Tesla, we're now in the money nicely. If you are interested in a swing trading and day trading service, my website is tradingcapital.ca. I post daily analysis videos, swing trades, day trades, insider buying and selling, basically everything you need to make money in this market. Huge success. We're in the money on Tesla. We're in the money on all of our positions right now, except for nat gas, which we're basically flat on the trade. Okay, so 609 entry. We have a half position on nat gas, long. We're short NVIDIA, we're short Tesla, we're short Apple, we're short the Russell. So we're banking here. Tesla, look at Tesla. Tesla's coming up into some support now. I am looking to potentially cover here. I want to see a little bit more downside. Come on, hit this EMA 113 and we cover. Okay, we're going to cover Tesla. Get ready. I'm still in it. I'm still holding my short here. I want that EMA 113 tap on the 3 minute chart. But we've broken now this key trend line. There is a potential now that we get a retrace all the way up. We're back below this pivot high here. So two levels of resistance, this pivot high and this. If we get rejected off this area, there's a big potential we can retrace back to the neckline of the inverted head and shoulders. I would love a retrace to go long. I would love a retrace. All right, nat gas is performing well right now. NVIDIA, we're still in the money nicely. I still see a larger potential head and shoulders on NVIDIA. We will see if it plays out. Come on, Tesla. Give it up. NVIDIA, give it up. Tesla, give it up. TSLA. Whoa, that's the wrong chart. TSLA. SPY is trying to push up here. SPY is trying to push up here. Again, semiconductor strength. Semis are trying to move back up here. Tesla's trying to bounce. NVIDIA, Apple. So Microsoft is trying to bounce pretty hard here, which is carrying the Qs and the SPY up. Microsoft's been weak all day, and it is trying to bounce. The dollar pulled back a little bit, just a teensy-weensy tiny bit. We're still in the money nicely on our positions. SPY is still negative on the session, only down by 0.05%. Qs are only down by 0.17%. So despite the big selling in the mega caps today, the markets really aren't down that much, which is certainly interesting. All right, QQQ is getting a decent bounce here. QQQ is getting a decent bounce. Our coin puts are out of the money, down a decent amount on that. I'm actually looking to add to my coin puts here. I'm going to add right here, 97.22. So we've averaged up. I still like those 96 puts, despite coin is breaking high here. So I still have 96 puts on coin, doubled up the position. Doubled up the position on coin. So we're still short coin. All right, nat gas is starting to move up a little bit. You can see the SPY is trying to break out. We're in the money on nat gas here. Let's pull up the SPY index just so I can show you what's going on. Yet again, a wedge at the top of the wedge pattern. Top of the wedge pattern, finding rejection once again. You actually retraced. This was your upsloping trend line. Pivot to pivot through this chop. You just tag that area and you're getting rejected as we speak. So that's a big level. QQQ still below pre-market low. SPY below pre-market low. NVIDIA below pre-market low. NVIDIA below pre-market low. And Microsoft below pre-market low. Still short Tesla. Let's see if we reject this level, where the downside move takes us to about this 232.52. Russell's coming down a little bit more now. That was a good little add entry on the IWM. The Coinbase puts. I am still seeing weakness in Bitcoin, potential bearish consolidation occurring. These markets feel like they're in distribution mode. And what I mean by that is, we're not making higher highs yet. We're not making lower lows yet. So there's a distribution pattern creating this wedge pattern. And we're almost like coiling to make a rather large move one way. It's going to be a large directional move one way or another. So we'll just have to be patient and see which direction that is. Come on, Tesla, give it up here. Give it up. I want to buy you lower off of that retrace. I personally hope Tesla goes lower so I can pick up some shares for the long term at a much cheaper price. All right, Microsoft is pushing up. That's what's giving the Qs a little bit of oomph and momentum. Microsoft is the one trying. Google's putting in a 10-minute bear flag. QQQ coming up to the pre-market low. All right, I'm going to put a break-even stop now on Tesla. Let's see some of these squeezy stocks. Upstart, what's Upstart doing? Upstart's trying to push up here. All right, Apple's coming up here. UPST, ooh, UPST. Sell-off, rejection, reversal, potential flag of consolidation. We may have a long trade setup here. Let's just see here. It's looking tempting. We'll keep that on watch. How's coin doing? Bitcoin still seeing some sellers. Trying to do a little peekaboo breakout. We will add to the puts at 98. That'll be the final entry on coin. But right now it's trying to move up. Apple's trying to push up as well. So is the Russell. SPY is trying to do a little bit of a peekaboo breakout yet again. SPY is trying to break out of a wedge. Small wedge pattern. There's another larger term wedge on the 10-minute chart, which I'll just draw here. All right, so we have two wedge patterns that we're watching on the SPY chart. Microsoft has really been the mover that has moved up. So I'll show you Apple and Microsoft. But basically Apple trying to move off the lows, creating that little bit of a higher low. It's still under pre-market low. So still bears are in control despite this recent little move up. And then you have Microsoft, which has had a decent bounce. This is what's given life to the Qs. So you're talking about a 369 to almost 372 bounce on Microsoft. Now you're into this bearish breakdown zone. I expect a pullback. Maybe you create an inverse head and shoulders, but I expect a little bit of a pullback here on Microsoft to basically check back and potentially form a right shoulder. We will see if that comes to fruition. But it is moving up. SPY is trying to break out. Qs are about to tag the pre-market low. Look at the QQQ. It is pushing up here. Maybe gap fills a good short, but Qs are trying to push for that pre-market low, sitting at 385.68. Still short Tesla, NVDA, and Apple, which are in the money. Hopefully Tesla can get rejected to go a little bit lower here. All right, Tesla's getting rejected. Tesla is getting rejected. NVIDIA is still struggling at that pre-market high. Sorry, pre-market low. Let me pull that up again. It's tested this area quite a few times, so if it gets rejected again, I think we get a bigger move down. But if it can get above here, then we could see it move up to this high pivot at 495. But so far, rejection again. And again, the more times we reject, it just means that the big distribution is happening. Someone's allowing price action to float, and then they get to this area, and a big seller's just coming in and hammering it back down. Qs are also getting slightly rejected off of that pre-market low. 2-minute engulfing, bearish engulfing on NVIDIA. We'll know in 30 seconds. So far, it is a bearish engulfing on NVIDIA if it holds. I'll flip to the 2-minute chart. It's getting a bounce. We'll see if it engulfs it. Still acting okay. Nat gas, I'm still watching that. IWM has got a little bit of a pop. What else is moving here? CGC, marijuana stocks moving well. Could be a squeezer. Let's see if there's a trade on CGC. Let's see where the daily chart is. Canopy growth. This one has a tendency to squeeze. All right, bullish RSI divergence cross there. That's interesting. That's super interesting, actually. Volume is light, though. Super, super light. Super, super light. All right, SPY is breaking out here of a short-term wedge pattern. SPY is breaking out of a short-term wedge pattern. All right, I'm going to cover my Tesla at 234.70 for a gain. I'm just covering Tesla. Whoops. Even though it looks like it may start to fall over a little bit, I'm seeing the SPY trying to break out here. So I'm just going to pull this profit off of Tesla for a gain, 234.77. And I'm looking at CGC for a long trade. All right. Maybe CGC might be a good long trade. NVIDIA's pushing. Ooh, Bitcoin's pushing as well. All right. I just added to my coin shorts at 98.75. 98.75. It is pumping up here. 98.75. Whoa. What a surge there. Jesus. What a surge. 98.75. I just added at 98.75 to my puts. That's a 3/4 position. 3/4 position. My average is 97.74. Bitcoin's surging, so just be careful of this trade. It's a very, very risky one because Bitcoin is surging. Don't know if there's news yet. I haven't heard anything at this point in time, but Bitcoin is surging. NVIDIA's pushing as well. Apple's still under pre-market low, so let's just be careful here. But what a pop on Bitcoin. Wow. There must be some news of some sort, which I haven't found yet. But huge volume. QQQ's at pre-market low, trying to get a close above that. We will see if it comes into fruition. Microsoft is coming up to pre-market low. Microsoft is coming up to pre-market low. So Qs are trying to break out here again. Bitcoin, big wick up and then a nice little wick down. All right, so Microsoft's at a big inflection point here. It's been the one that's carried the market and it's right at its pre-market low. So we'll see if there's any sort of rejection here. SPY is still trying to push up here. Tesla's getting rejected, so is Apple. We're still short coin, slightly out of the money on those puts. Still short NVIDIA, slightly out of the money. It's only a 1/4 on NVIDIA, so we have plenty of maneuverability. If we need to add, the next add level on NVIDIA is coming up here at this pivot high, 495.14. So let me pull up NVIDIA here, NVDA. Big push though. Qs are above that pre-market high, so a pierce of 495 gets me interested again in on NVIDIA. A pierce of 495. So NVIDIA just is about to turn positive on the session. And we have one more entry on coin, which is going to be at that pivot high of around $100, a pierce of $100. So SPY is at a big level here. I'll show you on the chart. SPY is at a big level here. We haven't fully decided which direction we want to go, but you can see we broke out of that mini wedge. Now if you take that same trend line and draw it across to that pivot high, you can see we're peaking above this area, still under pre-market low. So we may want to go to test that pre-market low, but it's still a It still hasn't truly given us that big long signal yet, but it's close to. It's close to doing so. NVIDIA, get ready to add to the NVIDIA short. I will be adding to the NVIDIA short. Apple, we're basically break even. Slightly out of the money on NVIDIA. Flat on the Russell. Slightly out of the money on coin, which is okay. I still think it's very suspect to see Bitcoin price action pop really off of nothing. I still see a potential head and shoulders on the hourly chart of Bitcoin that it just popped up and formed a nasty. I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin gives it all up. It's that was a weird move on Bitcoin. If anyone knows the news that occurred on there, please feel free to type it in the chat. But that clearly was a news play, in my opinion. All right, pierce the 495. I'm going to add to my second position on NVIDIA. Microsoft is testing pre-market low. 372.61 is the pre-market low. Oil is pushing up some more as well. Dollar's coming down a little bit here. Microsoft still below pre-market. So is Apple. NVIDIA above. Bitcoin's still trying to push up here. Microsoft, Apple still trying to push up a little bit here. So semis are acting well today. Semiconductors are acting well. Pre-market low is being tested on Microsoft. Some sellers are present there. What's interesting about Tesla is one of the stronger mega caps on the day with Amazon, and then with this recent bounce in the S&P and the Qs, it really hasn't participated that well. SPY's coming up to 450.85. That's pre-market low. Qs are actually above pre-market low. So now you're starting to potentially see Qs maybe be the stronger indice. It's still negative Qs. Qs are still negative. Russell's positive. SPY just went positive as well. We will see if we get any lower price action. We're seeing NVIDIA start to fall a little bit. I did add it that 495.01 pierce there. I said a pierce of 495 gets me for that second entry. My average is now 494.06. That's a half position on NVIDIA short. Still short Apple, we're flat. I'm still long natural gas. And I'm looking at shorting Tesla. And I'm still short IWM and Coinbase, which Coinbase were slightly out of the money, but it is starting to fall back in. And again, I don't really trust that pop that just occurred on Bitcoin. I think it was a liquidity grab. I've seen this type of market action before. I could be wrong, but we will see. Bitcoin was negative, and then it just gets a big 10-minute news pop, and it's starting to be faded right now as we speak. But we will see. All right, so we'll just watch NVIDIA with our half position. Coin, we have one more entry on Coin for a full position on the short side. We will see. Is anybody looking at any other? Are you checking your YouTube channel? I'm subscribing. I post questions there. Oh, sorry, man. I haven't been checking my YouTube. Just because when I am live trading, it's very hard to moderate all the questions. I've just been checking out the questions on the actual TradingView platform. I'll log into my YouTube right now and just check, but I apologize. I haven't been checking that one. It's a little bit more difficult for me to monitor from YouTube because I trade on TradingView. It is my platform. So I see, and again, I have money in the markets here. So questions I try to answer when I can, But when you have a big move in the market that we just had, you have to really just protect your capital, and uh, and the charts come first. Questions come second. I'm going to be honest with you, but I'll try to answer the questions when I can, when it's certainly slower. But right now we had a crazy move in the crypto space. We had a crazy move in the market. So the questions are kind of a little bit on the back burner as of now. But let me pop this open and see what you're asking here. All right. Hey Ahmed, yeah. So my Discord actually is run through my website at tradingcapital.ca. If you look at my chart here, www.tradingcapital.ca, that's where I actually have my membership option. It's a monthly membership option. Thanks for joining the YouTube VIP. I'll try to answer my questions to the best. Need some assistance. I made losses. So I sold my short on NQ. But I do have a different Discord with swing trades and day trades through my website at tradingcapital.ca. And basically, when you join that, you get access to my Discord. I'll send you a welcome email where you'll have access to all of my direct trade swing alerts, entries, exits, and then my daily analysis video. But thanks for joining. What questions do you have right now with your trades? Is there any specific ones? I see you sold your NQ. Is this and by the way, just for future reference, just type in whether or not your trade is a swing trade or a day trade, because holding positions on a swing trade, if you're losing on a swing trade, that's sometimes okay. You often don't get swing trades to work out within the first day of taking them. Sometimes you have to average down, average up, depending on the trade. But if it's a day trade, obviously it's a lot faster. You have to maneuver very, very quickly. And this live stream is really for day trades, my free day trades. I'm currently trading only futures and I only do intraday. Okay, so that's fine. Day trading is certainly fine. You just have to be very, very quick and nimble with your entries and exits. But lately the market was whipsawing. I know it's been super, super choppy, the market. It really has. But I'm still leaning more on the short side. Couple reasons why. Microsoft's still under pre-market low. Apple's still under pre-market low. Google's weak. Yes, NVDA is still trying to bounce, but you still have the majority of the mega caps acting very, very weak. And as long as Microsoft and Apple are under their pre-market lows, I still remain more bearish at this point in time. Hey Ahmed, so you can keep this. What I'm going to do, since you bought the membership package through YouTube, I'm going to send you a welcome email so then you can join my Discord. And why don't you send your email through the chat here? Since this chat is just for you and I, send your email through the chat there, and then we can go from there. And I'll send you a welcome email to my Discord. But again, it seems like you're just more of a futures day trader. So I just want to caution you that yes, these live streams are for day trading, but my subscription service, I do post a lot of day trades in the chat, in the Discord, but it's also heavily dominated by swing trades. So swing trades could be any time frame between like 1 to 4 weeks. So we'll see. We are seeing the markets running into a little bit of steam here. Here's what you can do. You can email. Don't put your email. I'll put my email in the chat here, my Trading Capital email. Feel free to send me an email, and then that way I can add you to my Discord. So I'll follow you my email. So info. So just send a email to that email below, and we will basically. Sorry, I'm just getting an alert here. All right, markets are looking to sell here a little bit off of a Fed announcement that they're potentially doing Fed cuts in the next meeting. We'll see if the markets get a little bit of a rally, but send an email, Ahmed, to that email, just identifying that you're the newest member, and then I will follow up with a welcome email to my Discord, and you'll be able to access the information from there. All right, so just to identify just what's going on in the market here. So right now, markets tried breaking out on the S&P 500. QQQ is above the pre-market low for now, but you still have Apple, Microsoft rejecting off of the pre-market low. We're holding a short on the Russell, the IWM. We're holding a short on NVDA, which are in the money now, a half a position. We're also still holding a short on Apple. And Apple's starting to potentially roll over here. We're in the money on that trade. We're slightly out of the money on the IWM short. And then we're also holding a short on coin. Our average is sitting around 97.74, but our puts are with a 96. They're out of the money, $96 puts. That's what I'm looking for on coin. So we'll see if we get in the money with those puts. We have one more entry, average down on Coinbase. I am seeing the markets potentially giving up some of these gains that are coming in now with that big pop. So we'll see what transpires. But thank you. It's a pleasure to have you on board there, Ahmed. And hopefully we can make some money together moving forward. That's what it's all about. So Apple, we're in the money. NVIDIA, we're basically flat on that trade. Let's flip back to NVIDIA. I'm watching NVIDIA because semis have been strong all day, but NVIDIA has actually been weak. So NVIDIA is looking to lose that potential pre-market low again. On the 10-minute basis, you had that break above, never confirmed on NVIDIA. And this could be the big breakdown we're coming in the market. I'm even now finally seeing the SOXS trying to break down. So this is what's interesting. This is very, very interesting. SPY, NVIDIA seeing some rejection. Microsoft got rejected off pre-market low. So did Apple. Still holding UNG long. And again, if this turns into another failed breakout on the SPY, on the 10-minute chart, I'll show you this 10-minute chart that I'm looking at. Take a look at this breakout. Potential, peekaboo. We haven't confirmed the breakout, but you're fighting this area right now. So we'll see. The SPY is positive, Qs are negative, Russell's positive. All right, I'm going to move my stop loss on NVIDIA now. I'm going to protect the trade since it's a half position. I'm going to move my stop loss on this day trade all the way down to about 493.76. You can see here 493, so it's in the money by about 30 cents, give or take. Still under pre-market low. I still think this goes lower. I still think a head and shoulders on the 10-minute triggers on NVIDIA, which would mean big downside. And what I mean by the head and shoulders that I'm looking at, we still have lots of time in the day for this to play out. This. Okay, so we watch it closely. That pre-market level in the yellow dotted line is the key. That is the key to this market. Out of the money on coin, but that's okay. I still think the dollar's poised to get a little bit of a bounce. I'm still holding UNG long as a day trade. I repeat, this is just a day trade. You can see UNG is maybe putting in a cup and handle or an inverted head and shoulders base. We break out of this base, and you could be looking at an upside move of around, let's just see here, maybe around a 616, that gap window. I am seeing the S&P still losing. Because what's interesting is on Fed cuts, usually the things that would rally the most is for that announcement, I saw a big dump on NVIDIA and weakness creep into the semiconductor space. And Ahmed, let me know when you've sent that email through so I can check to see it, and then I can send you the link for my Telegram group, Discord. All right, NVIDIA, we're nicely in the money on NVIDIA. Still holding short NVIDIA. Still holding short Apple. Tesla might be losing some momentum here as well. Coin is putting in some consolidation, but I think Bitcoin's going to lose it. Tesla. All right, Tesla is giving it up here. TSLA is looking like a short. The markets are selling here. Tesla's triggering a head and shoulders. What I'm going to call out here is 233 puts. 233 puts on Tesla. Right here, 233 puts on Tesla. Entered here at that wick. We are breaking this potential area here. Come on, Tesla, give it up. Give it up. 233. 233 is right here. 233. Come on. Get us in the money, Tesla. NVIDIA is still faltering. We're almost in the back flat even on our coin trade. So I was very suspect of that pop. This is why we just slowly inch in and always leave room to maneuver. Just sent you a message. I closed my short on NQ. I will just use your ideas for now. Okay. You know what? That's a slow and steady. Ahmed wins the race, to be honest. Again, QQQ is getting rejected at the pre-market low. So that's one simple strategy I highly recommend you to put on your charts is identify in the morning before the market opens, mark on your chart. And I think there's actually some technical indicators that are available. I just simply use trend lines, these yellow dotted lines. That's my metric. But I mark the pre-market high and I mark the pre-market low. And I remain bullish. It's a very simple strategy. It's just a simple thing you can use. I remain bullish when we're above pre-market high and bearish when we're below pre-market low. So this is NVIDIA's pre-market low. Notice how we've been fighting it all day here. Rejection, rejection. You peaked above. So I was going to be a little bit more bullish, but I saw that you're still making those lower highs. And then you got rejected. Now you're below it again. So it's a simple way to kind of put the odds in your probability just with a simple hack, knowing pre-market lows and highs. Same thing with Apple. Apple pre-market low was here. This 189.55. Look at this rejection and fighting point here. And then you made a lower high and you're getting rejected. Same thing with Microsoft. Look at Microsoft. You're going to blow your mind. Microsoft pre-market low. I don't have it here. It should pop up. Let me see if it populates. But the pre-market on Microsoft was 372.13. Sorry. Let me just double check that. Sorry, 372.61 was your pre-market low. So if I draw that in the chart, look at that. Right there, rejection, pre-market low. Boom, and now you're rejecting. So it's super, super crucial. Market makers love to look at those pre-market highs and lows. And even if you look on the QQQ, I'll pull up another example. QQQ, pre-market low was right around here. Pre-market highs up here, pre-market lows up here. So price action before the market was trading was all the way up here. And then the low in the pre-market was all the way here. Look at this rejection again. So market makers love to use this rejection zone. All right, we're just going to manage these trades now. What do you mean what time frame? So the pre-market low doesn't have a time frame. It's just you mark your whatever time frame, whatever price action traded, the highest price action in the pre-market, you mark that on your chart, and then you mark the lowest price action on your chart in the pre-market. It can be on the 5-minute, the 10-minute, the hourly, the daily. Obviously, I usually use like the 1, the 3, the 5, the 10s. I have basically 7 screens going for trading here. But the pre-market highs and lows are a huge, huge strategy that have really, really helped me. It's one of many. It's not a perfect science, but it just puts those probabilities. That's all we do here is probabilities, right? We try to see, okay, we try to compound factors that are going to help us. You know, are you running into a big resistance pivot point? Is there a confluence of a moving average? Are you overbought? You know, do you have a divergence? There's many different factors that you can look at when trading, and there's many different ways to skin a cat. That's the old saying, but I love the pre-market highs and lows as just a simple strategy for me to understand whether or not we're more in a bearish environment or a bullish environment. And when I look at Apple and Microsoft and NVDA basically all day trading below their pre-market lows, that makes me lean more bearish for now. All right, so back to the drawing board here. NVIDIA, we're in the money. Apple, we're in the money nicely. No new low on Apple yet, but the SPY potentially and the QQQ have a failed breakout potential. It hasn't confirmed yet. The dollar still hasn't really rallied off of the lows. I'm still watching nat gas. Bitcoin's potentially about to fade a little bit, so I still think those coin 96 puts go in the money. See, here comes NVIDIA now. It's about to test that pre-market low again. We'll see if we get rejection. Still holding Tesla short. I called out 233 puts on Tesla. Bitcoin's starting to give up a lot of that pop, so I was very suspect of that Bitcoin pop. To be honest, I was very, very suspect. All right, I'm going to check to see if I have an email here. All right, Apple's getting a bounce, Microsoft's getting a bounce, Tesla's getting a bounce. The Russell's still putting in a potential lower high. We'll see. But the dollar's still weak, so it gives the markets a chance to bounce here. Potential inside bar bear flag. It has triggered the head and shoulders here. As you can see, downside target takes you to about 232.38. That just how it happens to align with this impulse higher high green bar candle, which makes me think we're doing a retest to that area. So that's why I took the 233 puts. Oil is friggin' surging still off of the lows. Oil's up over 3.73%. That's another headwind for the market. Super, super headwind. Ahmed, I sent you that welcome email. So just check your email. Maybe check your spam. If you don't get it, check your junk or your spam as well, just in case. All right, so NVIDIA is starting to falter. Apple's still catching a little bit of a micro bounce off the lows. Under the EMA 113 equals bearish, still under the pre-market low. Tesla's still faltering a little bit. Same thing with NVIDIA. The only thing that in keeping NVIDIA up right now is the fact that the SMH and the SOXX is strong today. Oh shit, I should have taken that CGC long. I friggin' talked about it in here and now it's popping. Damn, up 7%. That's okay. Let's see what else we have on the radar. There's still a lot of green though on the screen here. It's mainly some weakness in the QQQ that's dragging this market. So we'll see if we can get some more downside. Coin, we're basically flat on our puts. Hopefully we get one more little flusher on coin. Nat gas, we're slightly out of the money. Perfect, Ahmed. All right, so inside that Telegram chat there, Ahmed, I also usually post my daily analysis videos for members. Insider buying and selling, trade alerts. If you have any questions as to how the alert service works, how I like to do it is I inch into my positions. I don't really go heavy on trades. I like to, take say I'm investing in, say I'm using $50,000 to buy or short NVIDIA. I like to divide that position, say, into 5 or 4. Usually for day trading, I have 4 different entry levels. That way I can maneuver my average in case the trade goes against me. Often in this business, we don't get the exact technical level the first time. Sometimes we do, but you need maneuverability to either dollar cost average down or up. So Tesla's still falling. I'm going to yell 233 in the money, hopefully. All right, Bitcoin's trying to get another little pop-up here through Coinbase. NVIDIA's still putting in a potential bearish pattern. You are still under that pre-market low. We're in the money on Apple. I'm going to put a... no, we still haven't closed above pre-market low, so Apple I still remain bearish on. Even though the market's looking like it wants to bounce here. Qs are still under pre-market low. SPY is testing pre-market low. So this is going to be another cool example here. So the SPY pre-market low is sitting at 450.23. So we're technically above that right now, this yellow line. But notice how we broke above and then had a big failure of that breakout on the 10-minute chart. So the 10-minute chart is really going to be what you want to watch. And will we get a 10-minute close back above this trend line and back above the pre-market high? Time will tell. Microsoft is still trying to bounce. Same thing with Bitcoin. What are we saying? Buy SEO, NRGD for $60. Crude will fall till $60 as in one, inflation drops. 2, yeah, you know what? Like, in a few of my videos, again, I already told my members that crude was likely going to get a bounce off of this $72 area. It's a retrace to the breakout zone. There's a head and shoulders pattern on crude. Why don't I pull it up? Why don't I pull it up? All right, this is some free education, but thanks for your comments there, Trades Twit. So what I saw in crude and what I informed my members of, I don't hold a position right now, but this X marks the spot was a bounce level. Why? Look, I even have it from my analysis on crude. Why? Simply speaking, retrace. Pivot high on the daily, another pivot high, This is where you broke out, retested here, made your higher highs. Now you've fallen right back into that downsloping trend line. That is the retest to the breakout zone. And look at that. X marks the spot, terrific bounce. Also, you had a confluence of this upsloping trend line. Goes all the way to your COVID low on crude, major pivot area. So that's a big, big area on crude that was technically hit. Now, this head and shoulders pattern that triggered by breaking the neckline has a downside move of 68.90. It's still technically in place because you haven't got to close above the neckline, but I'm not going to short crude here. I still think that crude goes a little bit higher. Where I see crude potentially getting rejected is maybe the daily 200 MA, just maybe. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. So markets are getting a bounce. Google's weak. Bitcoin's trying to push up a little bit because the dollar is falling some more. Tesla's also pushing up here. So we have room to maneuver on our Tesla position in the event that it starts to trade a little bit lower. Or sorry, a little bit higher. So now Tesla's closed above that neckline, so therefore it's negated this one, but you can still draw the neckline with that downside target now. So you have a new lower downside target on Tesla if it closes back below this neckline. Okay? So we'll watch it closely. NVIDIA is still putting in bearish consolidation. Apple's looks like more sellers are taking hold. Our freaking UNG nat gas is not cooperating. I'm seeing divergences all over the place, a little bit of accumulation. You're at some heavy support, but it's just not cooperating. So I'm going to put still a half position on natural gas, still lots of time to maneuver. And just look at how this SPY is fighting this pre-market low. Look at this big pre-market low. So you peaked above it, got to close on the 3-minute. Now you're trying to fight it here. You're still underneath a major downsloping trend line of resistance, which failed. NVIDIA putting in a potential bear flag pattern. Apple's trying to bounce. Let's see what the QQQ is doing since it's the weaker indice. So the SPY just flipped positive. It's up 0.2%. QQQ is still negative. Still under pre-market low at 385, but now it's coming up for another retest. Larger term time frame here on the Qs. Back above this trend line, finding some support there. Just going to clean this chart up a little bit. All right, Tesla's getting a big bounce here. Tesla is getting a big bounce here. SPY's above that pre-market. Qs are still below pre-market. So Ahmed, if I see that you're welcome to the Discord, I actually haven't sent out any Discord alerts in this market. All right, so Qs are now coming up to that pre-market low. We'll see if it can get through that area. Dollar is falling, which is why the markets are bouncing here. So the dollar is falling here. NVIDIA's pushing up. Apple's getting a little bit of a bid. Tesla's catching a bid. The Russell's also trying to put in a little bit of a higher high scenario. Google's still weak, so that's a big name that we have to watch. Google's still weak. If oil gets up to the daily 200 MA today, that's a day trade short, especially if it happens in a short time frame. All right, so Apple's pushing up, still holding NVIDIA short, still holding coin short, slightly out of the money, UNG long, NVIDIA short, Tesla short. A little bit of a weird inflection point here in the markets. Qs are at that pre-market low after being rejected at that trend line. SPY's above pre-market low, which is technically bullish. And this is where it gets tricky, and you have to decide as a trader and know how the fundamentals of a market work. SPY being above pre-market high is, or pre-market low, is bullish, but Qs being below pre-market low is bearish. What sector holds more weighting in the indices? Tech. So therefore, in my opinion, if as long as tech still remains below pre-market low, it has a headwind for the SPY. Yes, the SPY can carry and do a lot of heavy lifting, but when Microsoft is below pre-market, Apple's below pre-market low, and Nvidia's below pre-market low, and the Qs are struggling at this pre-market low, you have to still remain skeptical. And again, this market is struggling to bounce despite the dollar being so weak. So weak. All right, Bitcoin's getting another little move here, potentially trying to make another move up. There's a big resistance point on the hourly chart sitting at 36,524. That is the EMA 113 on the hourly chart. So it's a big level. All right, NVIDIA's pushing. NVIDIA's now trying to challenge that pre-market low. Let's look at some of the other semis. I just want to do a quick run through. I know AMD's been strong. Intel's also been strong. AMD. All right, so Qs are above pre-market low. So is the SPY. You haven't confirmed on the 10-minute chart. You're certainly trying to do so. Microsoft's still below. NVIDIA's still below. And Apple's still below. AMD. Let's check out AVGO because that holds the biggest weighting in the SMH. So also understanding anyone listening here, one key thing to pay attention to whenever you're buying or shorting stocks. Bullish on QQQ? No, I'm not bullish on QQQ. I'm absolutely not bullish on QQQ. Not when Microsoft and Apple are trading below their pre-market lows. If they can flip and turn above pre-market lows, same thing with NVIDIA, then I'll lean a little bit more bullish. But as long as they're trading below, look at that AVGO move. So this semiconductor holds the most weighting in the SMH, and it's basically back to its all-time highs. Basically back to its all-time highs. Putting in a negative divergence potentially on the RSI. We have to wait and see. We'll wait and see. All right, so another prime example. QQQ. I'm just going to stress these pre-market highs and lows. Look what's happening. There's your pre-market low. Peekaboo above it, rejection. Never a good sign. SPY above pre-market, but also looking to get another close back below. So this area is just fighting. It's a big area. You look at these pivot zones that have traded here, and this is your big area that the market makers and participants are trying to fight. Again, nothing's a perfect science, but all of it is probabilities here. Probabilities. All right, Tesla's moving up here. Basically, slightly out of the money on Tesla here. Still watching Apple, or short Apple. This market's just grinding people up. And a lot of people in the options market right now are just getting absolutely crushed with this sideways chop. Might be like an iron condor day. But the sideways chop, up, down, really not making a true directional move, eats up the option market. What is Apple and Microsoft going to do? All right, NVIDIA is testing pre-market low, trying to push above. NVIDIA is trying to push above. Big volume on NVIDIA on the 2-minute chart coming in. Same thing with Apple. Pretty decent volume on the Apple chart coming in. All right, NVIDIA is trying to push up here. QQQ is testing pre-market high yet again. Dollars also testing the near-term lows. Google's trying to move up a little bit here. That's going to help the tech space because Google's actually been weak, pretty much trading at the low end of its range all day long. All right, SPY's pushing up again. Let's see what action we get here. Nat gas is testing the lows, so that's a new divergence. Let me pull up that UNG chart because it may be another potential add opportunity. It still hasn't hit my level. Pre-market low rejection. Potential 3-minute head and shoulders here. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder forming. You break this neckline and you head lower, and then you break this neckline and you could trigger the 10-minute head and shoulders potential. So there's a little mini intraday one, and then there's a bigger intraday one. Whenever I start seeing multiple patterns, bearish patterns or bullish patterns on different time frames, so you have a micro head and shoulders, you have a little intermediate head and shoulders, you just have to be skeptical. Just be skeptical. So we're watching NVIDIA closely here, still short at 494.06, half position. I'm still holding Tesla puts, coin puts, Apple short common shares, and also Russell short common shares. All right, it's now 12:52. I believe at 1 p.m. margin calls are either covered or sold. So 1 p.m. we should see a bigger directional move. We may see a quick little pop since the market's been uptrending recently. Most people who are margin called are probably caught on the short side of the market. So therefore, the margin requirements would be to cover those shorts. So we may see a little bit of a pop in the indices. And then I think the true directional move will come after that. So just be careful. We may have actually already seen that margin call because there were some heavy candles. I mean, even if you look here on NVIDIA, like say the 2-minute candle, NVIDIA semis, like look at this volume. That could have been a short covering right there on NVIDIA. Time will tell. But definitely keep watch of Apple and Microsoft because they're still trading below pre-market lows, and NVIDIA is testing that pre-market low right now. Right now it's above it, but it's super, super, super weak. And sorry, I actually have it wrong on this chart. The pre-market low is 493.37. 493.37. So it's right around there. That's the pre-market low on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is actually curling, trying to move up a little bit. So it seems oil's still pushing almost at 76 a barrel. Big move in the oil market. Qs are now above on the 5-minute term time frame, above their pre-market. Microsoft looks to be coming down again. You're going to need Microsoft and Apple to firm up if the Qs want to really start making a push to the high side. All right, it's now coming up on the 1 p.m. time frame. I'm probably going to end the stream at 1:30, give or take, just because I have some other commitments. But I'll still be always watching the markets. All right, NVIDIA's testing and trying to close above that pre-market low. Apple's coming up, trying to push up. SPY is seeing a little bit of selling here. Rejection. Where's the selling coming in? I'm not really seeing it on the charts right now. The Qs are acting well. Qs are about to flip positive, so SPY and Qs could be doing a little bit of a flip here, but Qs are still negative on the session. The Russell's up 1.3. Let's see if we get any sort of push lower. Amazon's trying to make a bull flag breakout, so that's acting super well. Archie, you're welcome. If you're interested in a Discord, definitely check out my website at www.tradingcapital.ca. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Let me know if you have any questions, if there's tickers you're watching. I'm leaning short on this market right now. I've been discussing a few of the simple strategies that I've been using, but I'm definitely still short. I'm holding NVIDIA short here at 494.06. It's a half position. I have 233 puts loaded on Tesla, half position. I'm holding Apple short right now. These are day trades, by the way. These are day trades. I have to specify that. I'm holding Apple short, which we're slightly in the money at 189.30. And I'm also short coin, believe it or not. That one's gone against me, but I'm long UNG, nat gas. So coin, I'm slightly out of the money. I'm also short the Russell. I'm out of the money by about 6 cents on the Russell. So Apple and Microsoft are seeing some down candles. Again, Apple's under pre-market low, I lean bearish. Microsoft under pre-market low, I lean bearish. NVIDIA under pre-market low, I lean bearish. Google under pre-market low, I lean bearish. You have 4 of the big FANG stocks under pre-market lows. Therefore, there's more of a headwind on this market than a tailwind. QQQ testing that pre-market low yet again. SPY. Look at how we keep wicking off of these areas. It's a big fight between the bulls and the bears. Pre-market low on SPY just was tagged and bounced again. But again, I'm still skeptical of this because you had your breakout, which kind of failed. You got your big close back below pre-market. This could be turning into a lower high on SPY. We have to watch it. Big wick energy coming in. Big wick energy coming in. And NVIDIA's pumping, so is Tesla. NVIDIA and Tesla are moving up here. We're going to keep our eye on Apple. But so far the markets are still trying to push here. So 1 p.m. time frame, like I said, that margin call is likely going to be completed here at 1 p.m. And then we see where the directional move, the true directional move shapes up. But just remember that Qs have been weak pretty much all day. They're almost back to the positive side. And your big heavyweights like Microsoft and Apple are still under pre-market lows. If they both flip and start closing above pre-market highs, then we kind of have to switch a little bit more to the bullish side, in my opinion. So markets are trying to push up here. They are trying to push. Bitcoin. Tesla going for a little bit of a new high here. Google's participating now, so this is potentially the short covering that is occurring. And then we'll see if we get a trend shift. Dollar's trying to test the lows of the session, which is also helping the markets push up here. So NVDA just got a close on the 5-minute chart above pre-market low again. We'll see if we can get some confirmation. But you did get a close above that pre-market low. So it is looking a little bit more bullish right now. All right, Qs are trying to push up here above the pre-market low. I keep messing that up on the stream. Google's making a nice surge higher. Still have plenty of maneuverability in our positions. I'm still not totally buying this breakout yet because of Microsoft and Apple, but you are getting some participation in the markets. Nat gas is still trending a little bit lower. All right, I'm adding to my Tesla at 236.72. 236.72. I just added to the Tesla short. Sorry, my Tesla puts actually. Still think 233s can hit. Super, super risky. So my average is around 235.95 on Tesla. And I think that 233s puts can still hit. But Tesla's trying to push up here, negating that head and shoulders. So my average on Tesla is sitting at 235.95. 235.95. Let me just erase some of these trend lines here. That's a support level. That's another support level. So 236.72 we added to the short side on Tesla. Dollar is trying to test the lows yet again on the dollar. Apple still below pre-market. Microsoft the same thing, below pre-market lows. The semiconductor space is trying to push up though. So Apple needs to get above this area for the market to remain more bullish. 189.54. NVIDIA is getting a nice push. NVDA is getting a nice push. Tesla's coming in, Apple's coming in, NVIDIA's pushing, Google's pushing up. Amazon's also trying to come in a little bit. So QQQ is trying to break out now. Now the next big resistance on QQQ is the pre-market high. So that was likely the big volume surge that we come in, was that margin call at 1 p.m. like I was discussing. And I think now that that's out of the way, we get the true directional move. So the big margin call likely just happened, which is what that push was, what I was discussing. And now you're getting, I think, the bigger move in the indices. So that volume increase was likely the liquidation of margins. I just said that a few minutes ago, which is why Tesla had a push, Apple, NVIDIA. And I think now the market makers, since that margin call, people are out of their positions. This is where we get the move. Now we're basically flat on our puts on Tesla, and we have 233s still out of the money. We're not out of the woodworks yet, but I warned you of a potential push, a liquidity push, liquidity grab at that 1 o'clock time frame. That's when the brokerages like to close the margin requirement positions, which is what we just saw. And SPY is basically almost flipping back to the negative side. All right, we're still seeing weakness in Apple. Apple, we're still holding short. NVIDIA, we're still holding short. Coinbase is going against us. I'm still holding short on the Russell. We are seeing some selling creep into these markets, though. And like I said, once that margin requirement is completed, that's when you generally see the true move. And that's why I was a little bit skeptical about going and chasing long, because you still had your two big mega caps, Apple, Microsoft, under those pre-market lows. And now you're seeing the Q's potential rejection and the SPY potential rejection coming into play here. We will see, though. There's certainly some pockets of strength in this market that are keeping things buoyant. All right, markets are trying to hold the bounce and breakout that it just had. SPY did bounce off of pre-market low, sitting at 450.43. Dollar's still at the lows of the session. NVDA is still above that pre-market high, but potentially putting in a lower high. Apple still looking weak. Microsoft still looking weak. All right, here comes the pump in nat gas that we've been looking for. So we're still holding our long UNG, which we're basically flat on, but nat gas is getting a nice little pump here. So we'll see if it can continue to move to the high side. We are long holding UNG. Just as a day trade, UNG could be potentially triggering this breakout here. Watching it closely. Still holding Apple short. AAPL is the ticker. Dollar is testing new lows on the session. QQQ just turned positive. So now we watch Apple to see how Apple responds. New dollar at the lows. Let's watch Apple and Microsoft, see how they respond. Oil's still pushing up, 76 a barrel and climbing. 76 a barrel and climbing. Tesla's pushing up as well. Another potential inverted head and shoulders on Tesla that we need to watch for. New high on the SMH, new daily high. That's miraculous. Miraculous. Semis often are the leading indication for the market, and semis are so extended on the daily chart. So you should see a little bit of a pullback. So what's interesting is the SOXX did not make a new high, but the SMH did. So a little bit of a divergence there. Big time divergence. All right, so we're seeing NVIDIA push up here to the high side. NVIDIA is surging. QQQ is pushing up for the pre-market high. Dollar new lows, which is why I'm expecting a double bottom bounce on the dollar from here. So I'm going to add to my NVIDIA here at 415, 495.15, 495.15 short. So that's a half a position now. It brings my average up nicely to 494.57. 494.57. So we just added at a pierce of that high wick. So 494.57. But that was a good push from NVIDIA. Apple's starting to come down a little bit. It was a nice big push. Coins continuing to push higher here. Google's moving up. Tesla's trying to push up. Microsoft's still under pre-market low. Same thing with Apple. QQQ's though acting well. SPY's acting well. So the resistance that the SPY is at right now, and all indices are positive again. So we still have yet to have a real down day in the indices. But the new resistance on the SPY is basically this trend line. And again, we still haven't confirmed above this reversal candle low, but you're looking to. You're actually trying to here. Microsoft's bouncing. Apple's really not participating just yet. Google is, though. Same thing with Amazon. Amazon's making a new intraday high. Good for Amazon. Semis are acting resilient. Double bottom on the dollar. Will this be a double top on SPY? Let's see. Could be a double top on SPY. Pushing up now. It is pushing up. The Russell's trying to push up as well, just a tad. All right, Apple and Microsoft, watch them closely because they are trying to test their pre-markets. Let's see. Microsoft's been the weaker one, so that one probably is going to test its pre-market low first. It is closer to it. We'll see if it gets up there. But Apple's trying to push up here as well. That's obviously going to be very helpful for the market. And again, this little pump could be the margin requirements that are closing as of now, but Apple's getting a nice pump, still below in bearish territory. Same thing with Microsoft, but the indices are in bullish territory. New low on the dollar, which is why we're getting this pump. So the Dixie is falling. The Dixie is falling lower, which is why we're getting this pump here. Yields have softened. VIX is red. QQQ is testing pre-market high now. QQQ is about to test pre-market high. So this is a big, big level for the Qs. Big, big level for the Qs. And what's interesting is you still have this bearish divergence. The two largest companies in the world are still massive, massive headwinds for this market. Still massive, massive headwinds. A little bit of a sell side candle coming in NVIDIA, so that was a decent add entry at 495.15, but markets are still acting okay right now. We will see if the SPY, let's see if the SPY can hold on to this breakout. So we're going to flip to the 10-minute chart because that's what the rejection happened on. So the SPY got rejected here. You're trying to close above it on the 10-minute. It's a big 2 minute and 24 seconds left in this market. And if you do have that, I'm just going to show you that there is potentially a bullish inverted head and shoulders on the SPY. Left head, right shoulder. Pretty decent upside move if it can break out here. Yes, Ahmed, the trading ideas on Telegram are swing ideas. I will, every time I do a day trade on my Telegram group, I will actually specify, I'll put before the trade, day trade, And if I don't put day trade, then it's a swing trade. But I'll always specify the day trade in the chat, because I have some members that don't even do day trading. They're only swings. So I'll always specify day trading alerts. But if I don't specify, then it's a swing trade. Good question. Let me know if you have any other questions. All right, so SPY 10-minute candle. This is a huge, huge level. It needs to close above this. It absolutely needs to close above this. Oh, and I was wrong. This can't be an invert. Ah, yeah, it can. It still can. It still can. But it needs to close above that area. So Apple's trying to push up. Microsoft is trying. Amazon did have a nice breakout. Still seeing the US dollar fall, making new lows here. It is falling. NVDA, we're flat on our trade. We are flat on NVIDIA, slightly out of the money on Tesla, out of the money on our coin puts, flat on Apple, basically flat on UNG. Nice, man. Yeah, so just remember it's a swing trade, and position management is key. You know, I always like to inch in smaller to maneuver, but, you know, I think it's wise to start. You know, if you were like, I caught a lot of these longs from this recent rally, and the markets have actually stayed a lot more buoyant than I expected. But if you haven't peeled off some of the longs, I think the risk to reward setup certainly favors the short side on many names. Obviously, the semis are risky up here because we have NVIDIA earnings next week. So NVIDIA could always pop up, but NVIDIA should be, compared to last earnings report, NVIDIA's expectations are about a 19% beat on their earnings compared to the previous quarter. So that's kind of lofty. And considering I've been seeing some drops in like some other cloud businesses and of that nature, AMAT materials also dropped. Perhaps we see NVIDIA, maybe they beat it, maybe they don't. But even if they beat it, I don't think, you know, maybe it pushes up to 500, 510, 515. But, you know, there's still a lot of lofty price action here in the semis. It's just we have not had a technical pullback as of yet. All right, so the SPY did get that 10-minute close above. Now we wait for confirmation. That's a bullish close above on the 10-minute chart, no question. But now the big question is, do we confirm? Or is this just a fake out? That's what I'm waiting for now. So NVIDIA is still acting well. It recaptured and went positive on the session. You still have Microsoft down 1%, Apple down 0.2%. You know, if those... That's the only thing that makes me hesitant about today's longs in the tech space, is that your two big heavyweights are negative. And then obviously Google's also negative, but Google has bounced substantially off of the lows. And again, I think this little bit of a breakout on the S&P and the Qs is really from the 1 p.m. margin call time frame. Still a bit skeptical on this market. It's very, very average down on Tesla put. I have the ability to, but I'm still monitoring my Tesla put. I just added at 236.72, so it hasn't gone up enough yet to add again. You know, it's risky because there is a 10-minute inverted head and shoulders that could be potentially playing out. I'm not going to average down just yet. If it goes up a little bit more, I do have another target in mind, but it needs to go a bit higher for me to want to average down again. So we'll see. Again, it's super risky, but my next entry is coming up. It's just not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. Still the dollar is making new lows. All right, Apple's the big heavyweight now that's participating. So now we got to be careful here. Okay, so what I'm going to discuss here is you have Apple now challenging this pre-market low. So this is the big level all day that I've been watching on Apple. Can it get above the pre-market low? If it does, then we have to assume that this market has more legs to the upside. Okay? So it really needs to establish itself, but we'll see if it can do that. We'll see. And you still have Microsoft below. So here comes Apple. I still have only a 1/4 short. I do have the potential to add. I will add to my short. Basically, and these are just common shares. I don't have puts on Apple. These are just common shares. I have puts on Coin and puts on Tesla. But Apple just short common shares, NVDA short common shares. So Apple's, see this pre-market, it's trying. It really is trying. But again, I only have a 1/4 position on Apple. There's even a trend line that I'm watching here, which connects right around to that level. Let me erase that one. So right around this pivot high here, I will add to my Apple short. So you got a 5-minute close there on Apple. I'm just going to lower it to the 2-minute chart here so I can see. Tesla had a pretty big fall there from our recent ad at 236.72. NVIDIA is still fighting our last entry. Microsoft's finding some rejection. Coin is starting to fall a little bit. So what's interesting is Bitcoin has not rallied past that surge that it just had despite the dollar making new lows. So remember that big pop on Bitcoin? Boom. Well, the dollar is still bleeding lower and it hasn't made new highs off of that pop. So that's a little bit of a divergence. Let's flip back to Tesla. Tesla's starting to come in again. A little bit of a higher high in place. That's technically bullish for Tesla. Tesla's certainly trying. Apple's still fighting that area as well. Amazon's acting out. Oil's starting to cool off just a little bit here. We'll see if that dollar gets any sort of a bounce at all. Google's still trying to bounce. Let's flip back to Apple. Yeah, Max, I'm not going to average down yet on my Tesla put. It's not quite at my technical level. I am eyeing up the level. I'm not going to give it out yet. But if it hits that next level to the upside, I will call it out. Okay, so Apple got a 2-minute close above. Let's see if we can get some confirmation. Microsoft still hasn't. Here comes the potential fake out rejection. We will see, but I am still prepared to add to my Apple short. We only have a 1/4 position on Apple. 1/4 position. Just slow, calculated levels. We're not going to get too overzealous and crazy. SPY has not confirmed the breakout yet. It's inside bar action. QQQ actually has confirmed a short-term breakout. It's coming up to test the pre-market high, which was 386.62. Bullish that Qs did turn back to the positive side. That is some bullish sentiment. But you still have Microsoft down, Google down, and Apple down. Apple's trying to make it to the positive side. You can see this heavy resistance at the pre-market low is definitely an area of struggle. NVIDIA is trying to push up a little bit more. see. How's Apple doing? What is it doing? It's rejecting off pre-market low. All right, just give me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to be right back. All right, so the market's got a big pop there. Apple's popping into our next resistance point, so get ready to scale into yet again another short here. So we're just going to wait patiently. Microsoft's testing the pre-market low now, so if it can recapture, then this move may have a lot more legs than we anticipated. So get ready on Apple. Apple's coming up into the next short zone. Anything above 189.75 I think is a decent entry on the short side. So we're watching it very, very closely. I am seeing some weakness creep into some of the semiconductors. So NVIDIA was weak all day while the rest of the semiconductor components were strong. And now the SOXX is starting to pull in from the highs, but NVIDIA is starting to move up. So weird divergences occurring in this market at this point in time. The dollar's still making new lows. Tesla just made a little bit of a new high. Keep your eye on Apple. Apple's starting to push up some more now. Microsoft is just above its pre-market low right now. It hasn't confirmed, but it's got a 5-minute close above its pre-market low. Okay, so the Qs are testing its pre-market high now. And you do have Apple above its pre-market low and Microsoft above its pre-market low. So now the market is turning more favorably to the bullish side. Doesn't mean it's going to hold, but it is turning. You still have some pretty big resistance points on Apple. There is still some pretty interesting patterns. You are making lower highs on the chart. I'm still interested in adding to my short side on Apple, just a little bit higher here. NVIDIA, we still have another entry on NVIDIA on the short side. It's not yet, but it's coming in pretty close here. So Microsoft, let me pull up this MSFT chart. So Apple did get that close. We need to see if it can confirm on a little bit of a larger term time frame. But Microsoft pre-market low is being tapped right now. So Microsoft is also challenging. So now you've had all day the weakness in Apple and Microsoft, but they are starting to firm up a bit. Doesn't mean the market's out of the woodwork yet. Qs are positive, S&P is positive, Russell's positive. But let's see if we can get some momentum. All right, NVIDIA's pushing some more. Apple's seeing a little bit of selling. So is Microsoft. We're going to focus on Apple here. It almost hit our next ad level, but not quite. Not quite.
UPST is 10 cents for my number. Or 12 cents, sorry.
Dollar still making new lows. QQQ tapping pre-market high. So the QQQ is tapping pre-market high. NVIDIA is surging. Next ad level on NVIDIA is coming up. Let me just pull it up on my chart here. NVIDIA is pushing up here. Next ad level is right around a pierce of 496.50. So I'll just mark it on the charts. A pierce of 496.50 gets me interested in NVIDIA. Let me flip to a little bit of a larger term time frame. Potential inverted head and shoulders on NVIDIA has formed. All right, the dollar's starting to potentially get a little bit of a bounce now. So you have two trend lines. You have one there, one also there. Microsoft's struggling at that pre-market low, but Apple's also seeing some sellers. So we've never confirmed on the 10-minute chart above the pre-market. Notice how we got that wick into it, and now some sellers are stepping in. I'm going to go back to the 5-minute. Some heavy volume in the semis. Dollar still creeping lower. A little bit of a doji forming on the 5-minute NVIDIA chart. Heavy volume coming in. Microsoft still hasn't confirmed above its pre-market low. Apple still hasn't either on the 10-minute chart. Still interested in adding to Apple, so keep that on your radar. Since we got a little bit of consolidation, wait till it pierces this upsloping trend line. So this is just a guide to use as this pivot, but I'm going to wait till it pierces to see if we get one last little push to add. And that would be the third entry on Apple. So we have a 3/4 position. 3/4 position on the short side. Tesla's starting to curl lower. NVIDIA looks to be also starting to potentially curl lower. Potential 10-minute topping tail forming on NVIDIA. Nope, it won't be a 10-minute topping tail. I stand corrected. But there's a heavy volume candle on the 5-minute NVIDIA chart. Super, super heavy. All right, so SPY. QQQ still watching those pre-market lows on both the mega caps, Apple and Microsoft. They haven't fully gotten above those levels yet. 10-minute chart. No confirmation on Apple. Microsoft is also struggling there. I'm still holding UNG long. I've been disappointed that one's taking so long to bounce. But it is what it is. We can't force anything in this market. We just have to be patient. Be patient. Trust the levels. Trust the charts. And see what shapes up. All right, so NVIDIA is starting to soften a little bit at these levels. Never quite came into our next add level there. Whoops, NVDA. So sellers coming in a little bit in NVIDIA. A lot of people are chasing this little potential break inverted. We'll see though. We'll see if this trend line holds. So the Qs are back to the positive side. Another positive day for the Qs. Microsoft's still at that pre-market low. Microsoft hasn't yet officially gotten above that area. Same thing with Apple. Apple's still hugging that area. We will see if we get some downside. Amazon's trying to push out and break out. It's a big level for Apple though. Big level for Apple. NVIDIA's falling a little bit sharper now. Big down candle coming in on NVIDIA. Tesla's falling. Apple's back under pre-market low on the 10-minute chart. No confirmation has occurred. No confirmation has occurred. Russell's pushing for a new high of day. We'll see if it can push through. Dollar's at a new low, below 104 on the dollar. The 10-year yield, the long end yields just turned negative as well. And very interesting. Very interesting. Apple's still fighting that area. You did get a 10-minute close above. So now we need to see if it can confirm on this candle. 6 minutes and 25 seconds. NVDA seeing some more sellers. This is the area it needs to hold. So this could be a failed inverted head and shoulder. Here you have your left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Close below the neckline negates this pattern, sends it more bearish. Market low. Apple's losing pre-market low again. This is why we're leaning still more bearish. We're basically flat on NVIDIA. Tesla is also starting to curl over to the downside. So we're watching those 233 puts. I am going to have to call this stream slightly to an end, but be careful. As long as Apple rejects that pre-market low and Microsoft, I still lean more bearish. Keep your eye on the semis because they are starting to potentially falter just a tad. We will see. But some selling coming in now into the indices. A check back on Tesla to the neckline is occurring. Let's keep our eye on NVIDIA, larger market cap than Tesla. Apple's back below pre-market. Look at this drop on NVIDIA coming in. Very, very interesting. So you got a 5-minute close below the neckline. That's bearish, typically speaking. It's a failed breakout on NVIDIA. Okay, so we're back in on holding our shorts break even right now. I really want to see if Apple gets rejected at this pre-market. Microsoft getting rejected at the pre-market low. NVIDIA's still coming down. Dollar still hasn't bounced. So if at any point in the day we get a dollar bounce late in the session, I anticipate more sell-side price action in Tesla. We're almost break even on our puts coming in here, down a little bit. Apple still seeing rejection though. Look at that though. Rejection on Apple coming in. It's too bad I didn't get to add to my short a little bit. That would have been nice. All right, here comes some downside. NVIDIA were flat, Tesla were flat, Apple were basically slightly out of the money. Microsoft looks like a short again at this pre-market high rejection. Apple's also getting rejected here. All right, big sell side candles coming in here, team. Big sell side candles. We're about to get paid. Hold on to your horses. We are going to get fucking paid. Come on. All right, I'm going to step away for a few more minutes. Basically, the parameters, I'm still holding NVIDIA. I think there's more downside. I'm still holding shorts on Apple. Tesla puts, which are almost break even. Coin puts, and UNG longs. So that's pretty much it for this session. We're in the money on NVIDIA. We are flat on Tesla, slightly out of the money on Apple, and basically flat on natural gas. So stay tuned for more price action because I think we could see some more downside. Specifically, watch that dollar. Watch that dollar bounce. If that dollar can reclaim the 104 area, then the indices should start to continue to sell. Okay? And I will be back in a little bit. Just got to go get some food and take a little bit of a break from the screens, although we are selling, so it's hard to step away. Big downside move coming though. Tesla, we're in the money now on our, we're not in the money on puts, but we're up on our puts. NVIDIA, if NVIDIA loses that pre-market low again, that's troublesome. All right, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, guys. I'm just gonna have to end the stream pretty soon here, but I added to my Apple short here at 189.87. 189.87 added to my Apple short. 189.87 brings my average up to that 189.59 level. That is a 3/4 position. I am okay holding Apple overnight. It may come up into this area over here. Still holding Tesla puts. I'll probably close those by the end of day, win, lose, or draw. Apple and Microsoft are above that pre-market high. They are pumping right now. QQQ is above pre-market high, so we are getting a little bit of a squeeze here. I'm going to close my UNG regardless of what the outcome is today. We're flat on that trade right now, so to speak. NVDA hasn't made a new high of day yet, but we'll see if it is going to try to. Let's take a look at Apple, but nat gas is getting a little bit of a push here into the end of the day. I'm going to have to step away from my computer. I will be having my phone on me. That was a decent ad on Apple. You can see it is getting rejected there. But Apple's looking for 10-minute confirmation above pre-market high. So it needs to close above this wick to confirm that high close. Microsoft is getting a push as well. So we'll just watch that closely. Coin is starting to come down with Bitcoin. Probably going to swing some puts overnight for Bitcoin just because I am leaning more bearish. Let's see what else we can transpire in the last few minutes here. But we are getting some momentum to the upside in some individual names. But then you have Tesla, which our puts are nicely in the money now. I would like to see them get in the money. We are up a decent amount right now, and it's good to see that Tesla didn't really participate in that little bit of a market push. So right now we're slightly in the money by about 40 cents on the puts. I still think 233 can hit today, believe it or not. We still have 2 hours left, so it's a big, big day. Apple volume is starting to spike here. We are getting some decent Apple volume, so nice little move to the high side from Apple. And again, Microsoft is above its pre-market low as well. So flipping out of that bearish territory, Microsoft is still negative, but it is starting to climb back up to the high side here. Russell's taking a breather, has not made a new high. S&P has made a new high, hitting that double top scenario on the S&P. NVIDIA did not make a new high, so it's really this momentum push was from the beaten down mega cap names, Microsoft, Apple, and Google. Okay, so we'll just watch things closely, how the rest of things progress, but I want to thank you all for tuning into the stream. And I am prepared to hold my Apple position overnight. Tesla I'll be closing because it's the volatility in nature is kind of extreme and we are in the money. NVIDIA I am prepared to hold overnight over the weekend as well. I do think Monday maybe you'll see some profit taking ahead of its earnings reports. UNG I am going to close no matter what. We are in the money right now, so hopefully that can run to the end of the day. But I am seeing weakness creep back into Tesla, which has been a leader all day, so maybe that hits the rest of the market. You did get a 2-minute hanging man on volume on Apple. I'll pull that up right now. Look at that. I think that might have been the highest volume candle pretty much of this whole choppy period, and it is a hanging man right at resistance, so that should come down and see some lower price action. But QQQ was negative, turned positive. S&P was negative, it turned positive. Russell's been positive all day. So definitely interesting to see. The dollar is still at the lows of the session, but trying to bounce back and get above 104. We'll see if it can. Ooh, Tesla puts are going to be in the money here. Get ready to secure some profits here. This is a big breakdown occurring on Tesla. This is what we want to see because we have 233 puts. Average was all the way up here at 235.95. We're deep in the money. So what I'm going to do with Tesla now, I'm going to put a stop loss on my puts so at least I walk away with some profits here. My stop loss on those puts is going to be around this 235. Actually, I'll lower it down to here, 235.45. So we're securing about 50 cents regardless of the outcome, but these 233s could be in the money fucking soon. Holy shit, Tesla making a bearish break here. That's a good candle for us. That's a brilliant candle. Dollar's still trying to push up. Microsoft still above pre-market high. Apple's also starting to come down a little bit now. We'll see. Big flush coming in on Tesla. You are coming into some first pivot zone support here, but this is a big flush starting to occur in the Tesla chart. All right, I'm going to move my stop down some more in Tesla, 235.20. So we're locking in 75 cents per share, regardless of the outcome. NVDA is starting to fall a little bit. Same thing with Google. We'll see if Microsoft loses its pre-market low. So far, the two mega caps have firmed up, and you're seeing some weakness creep into some other individual names. So interesting little phenomenon there. Interesting. But Microsoft's holding above pre-market low. And so is Apple at this point. There's still lots of time, though, in this session. So we just want to be careful about any potential downdrafts. Because when the market leaders like Tesla start falling late in the session, that could be a little bit of a bearish sentiment gauge. Okay. So let's see if these 233s can actually get in the money. That would be beautiful. We already have in the money stops protecting on Tesla. Nat gas is getting a nice pump up here. So we are long UNG. Look at this. Look at this move on UNG. All right, so UNG now, since we're getting a pump, I am going to put a 610 stop loss. So in the money by 1 penny. Actually, I'm going to move that up a couple pennies. I want to secure some profit. So 611 stop on UNG. Upside target almost fulfilled, but this one could get a little bit more of a momentum boost to the high side here. All right, let's look at the QQQ. Qs are testing that pre-market high. So a nice little bullish move on the Qs late in the session, being led by Microsoft and Apple and Google, recapturing some of that downside that was occurring earlier in the session. Let's keep an eye on Apple to see what transpires there. I'm also watching Tesla 5-minute, 2-minute chart. It is trying to bounce off of the lows, but it has triggered a bearish break of the trend line, and we have our stops in place. Okay. Microsoft's still moving higher. Amazon's getting a little bit of a sell side program. All right, on that note, profits will be secured on nat gas. It is still pumping up. Move your stop loss up accordingly. Profits on Tesla are in place. Apple still short, NVIDIA still short, and Russell still short. Russell I'll hold overnight. Apple I'll probably hold overnight, and NVIDIA I'll hold overnight. Tesla I'm going to be closing regardless of the win, lose, or draw, but we're in the money, so it's going to be a win. And then coin puts. I think I'm going to hold coin overnight, to be honest. I think I will hold coin overnight. Could go against me. It's super risky, but I will hold coin puts overnight. The expiration for the coin puts are only next week. I didn't play 0DTs, so that's always helps when you have a little bit of time on the clock. Yeah, Ahmed, the extreme optimism is because of Fed cuts. You have the Santa rally, which typically seasonality periods during heading into the Christmas holidays are often bullish. So you have the Fed cuts looming potentially. You have the seasonality period of being the Santa Claus rally also. But, markets tend to surprise us both to the upside and to the downside. And they can stay buoyant for a lot longer than most people can stay solvent. So that's why position management slowly inching in is crucial. Because, markets can surprise us for a lot longer. And when you have the QQQ lifting this market higher, often those Magnificent Seven stocks that have seen so much money flowing into them over the last 10 trading sessions or 2 to 3 weeks just generally cause a positive bias in the market. And then you've had the tailwind of oil falling, CPI falling. So people are getting a little bit gung-ho about CPI falling because the metrics have changed. A lot of the CPI components have been skewed, so it's showing that inflation is truly coming down faster. But as a consumer, we know inflation hasn't been coming down faster. And if you think about where the CPI is, headline CPI, it's almost in the twos. We're just above 3%. Why are yields, the long end of the yields, still well above 3%? we're talking the 10-year at 4.43, 2-year at 4.89. So the bond market is saying potentially doesn't believe the inflation report because yields are still much, much more elevated, and the what's the word I'm looking for? The inversion of the yield curve is still at play right now, so markets tend to rally and can rally when the 2-year is higher than the 10-year. But watch that inversion flip. When the 10-year flips higher than the 2-year, that's typically when stocks get that bigger sell-off to the downside. But it'll be interesting. I mean, I still think there's going to be a market pullback sooner rather than later, but it's OpEx today. So you also have options X, I think about just over 2 trillion in options expiring at the end of the session today, which is another reason why the markets are probably not selling off drastically. But again, you have a big bellwether stock earnings next week, NVDA, and we'll just have to take it day by day and see how things progress. On that note, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts a bit later. Ahmed, I have a little bit of other things I have to take care of, so welcome to the Trading Capital Discord and subscription service. Appreciate you having you around. Feel free to email me or DM me through this channel. If you have any questions, I also answer some DMs on Twitter if you have any questions. But I'm going to be putting together some market videos over the weekend that will kind of give you a little bit more insight as to what I think is happening. So stay tuned over the weekend for more updates on the market as things progress. And again, there's still 2.5 hours here. Friday OpEx, things can get a little weird near the end of the session. So just keep your wits about you and just keep your position management. Thanks, Ahmed. You have a good weekend. Take care.